right. I'm coming back to the microphone to say hello and good morning again. I feel like I'm hearkening back to my days when I used to do, I don't know if I want to, put all my business out there, but when I was a kid, I used to do theater and a little bit of dance, and so a tough practice or a rough practice ahead of time meant that we were going to have a good show, and I feel like today that's the frame of mind that I'm walking in the moment. So as I see you all in the room, I say welcome and good morning. My name is Dr. Tiffany Butler. I'm the Interim Vice Chancellor for the Division of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Engagement here at Rutgers, New Brunswick. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. And again, welcome to the Rutgers, New Brunswick Progress Showcase. And so today, we gather to be able to talk about progress and what that means in context as we think about pausing to celebrate and acknowledge the work that we've done, reflecting on who we are and who we want to be, but also thinking about that in the context of where we're trying to go. And so this morning, I want to share with you a few things before we officially get started, and then we'll continue on with our program. So a couple of housekeeping reminders. So for the folks in the room, and again, hi and welcome to the folks who are on the live stream with us, but for the folks in the room, we have a few things for you to be aware of. Outside, we have bathrooms located across from the information desk. We also, at the very front of Livingston Student Center, have a lactation space as well as a prayer space. So if you need any of those things throughout the day, please feel free to access those. And also, throughout the course of the day, if you need to take a moment, if you need something to drink, if you needed to honor to yourself by holding space for something to eat, something to drink, to feel a feeling, or to do whatever you need to do, please feel free to do that as you need to. So a few things before we get started. So I wanted to offer a recording disclaimer. So again, to make sure that we provide access to folks who are not only in the room, but also for those who have participated in the past or would like to participate in the future. By attending this event, you're giving Rutgers permission to record your image and grant Rutgers all rights to use these recordings and photography in a medium for educational, promotional, advertising, and other purposes. And so if you have a question or have a concern, please feel free to reach out to a DICE staff person on this policy. We also want to acknowledge the land on which we stand as the ancestral territory of the Lenape people. We pay respect to the indigenous peoples throughout the Lenape diaspora, past, present, and future, and honor those that have been historically and systemically disenfranchised. We also acknowledge that Rutgers University, like New Jersey and the United States as a nation, was founded upon the exclusions and erasures of indigenous peoples. I want to bring your attention to the screen. If you could go ahead and pull out your phone if you're in the room. If you're at home, you could do the same thing. You could also type in the web address you see there. So throughout the day today, we'll be spending some time in conversation, but you'll also be hearing some spotlights from speakers who are doing kind of exemplary work in this particular space. And so we want to hold space for you to be able to ask questions. And so if you go to the QR code, you'll find yourself on a Padlet. Each of the columns in the Padlet will offer you space to be able to press the plus sign and add a question for us to be able to answer as time permits at the end of each of those sessions. And so if you could, I feel like I see I saw phones up for a second, positive. I see fingers scrolling now, positive. So I'll give you another, 7 awkward seconds of silence to be able to continue in this process. And for the folks who are monitoring the Padlet, do you see folks coming online? Can you just give me a thumbs up that people are able to access? For the folks who are in the room, can you give me a thumbs up if you're in there? Oh, I love that community participation. I love that for us. So, again, you'll see this slide several times throughout the day, so this won't be the only time, but I want to make sure that you're aware that you can ask questions and we can participate together. Additionally, I want to acknowledge the moment, the current time, place, and space we are in as a community, naming and thinking about current events, social issues, the political climate, daily distractions, projects, upcoming deadlines, and things outside of this space which may be impacting us in many different ways. So For those who are in the room, for those who are online, I thank you for being in community today. I also want to pause and for us to take just a collective deep breath. So if you could breathe with me, not like humor me, because I think I need a deep breath right now. And so let's come together collectively and just take a deep breath with one another. So let's breathe in on a 4 count and breathe out on a 4 count, and maybe we'll do that a couple of times. So breathe in, 2, 3, 4, and breathe out, 2, 3, 4. Deep breath in, 2, 3, 4, and then breathe out, 2, 3, 4. As we do the community acknowledgement consistently, I know that right now we are in a place and a time in the world, particularly as we're coming together to talk about progress in this particular space. It can feel, I wasn't sure what the energy in the room was going to be as we came together, but I wanted to be able to hold space for you to just be able to breathe, knowing that today is a day for hope. It's a day for celebration. And we take the time to be able to pause and reflect on the progress that has happened, because that will give us insight into who we are, right? The grit that it took to get us here, but also should encourage us for what the path forward can look like. And so again, thank you so much for being in community. Take the space that you need today to do whatever it is you need to do. As you hear from your colleagues and your friends, your colleague friends, presenting today or sharing as a part of a panel, make sure to encourage them, because we know what kind of work it takes to get here and what kind of work it will take to get there. And so I thank you again, and I'm looking forward to our time together. All right, so in talking about how we got here, I want to share a little bit more with you about the path, right, to here, and as we think about what it might mean for us to move into the future. So first things first, I will go, I guess, all the way back to the beginning, and maybe this is too much context, but I think it's important. So I want to say, starting back in like 2020, upon the arrival of our now currently Senior Vice President for Equity and the team of folks around her at that time, at the commissioning of President Holloway, brought forth a university equity audit, which provided a scorecard that allowed for us to be able to see and understand kind of where the areas for improvement were, and also where our areas of strength were for our institution. And so from that equity audit, goals and priorities were established. A university diversity goal was established. And so from that, action items were submitted as a part of each chancellor-led unit's opportunity to come together in an integrated fashion to put together action items that made for the planned progress to be local as well as collective, system-wide. And so if you remember, last year, roughly about this time, we were launching the Diversity Strategic Plan Phase 2, which were all the action items that fall underneath the goals that were outlined, the 5 goals that were outlined underneath the Diversity Strategic Plan. And so if you walk with me through this, you'll see the goals as they're up on the screen. But then we have here this last point: what does success look like? And I would dare to say, when we thought about coming to you today, what would be a necessary thing to bring forward? So some beautiful work happening across the chancellor-led units as a part of a function of university-wide or university equity inclusion, this progress inventory. And Rutgers, New Brunswick had the opportunity to be able to submit any progress action related to the action items that they submitted as a part of that DSP plan a year ago. And so from summer 2022 to fall 2023, folks were asked to submit these items. And I will say that in New Brunswick, we submitted 585 action items of progress. So let's just pause and recognize that. Today is a snapshot, a brief look into some of the actions that were submitted. But we'll also be talking about kind of the larger frame for what it looks like to let this be a guidepost for what the future will look like. Because as we think about progress, I think our Senior Vice President for Equity said this in the Progress Summit, right, the university-wide Progress Showcase, that progress is a direction. And as we think about the path forward, when we think about what it took to get here, how do we think about what it will take to get there? And so we'll spend some time talking about that in a panel discussion with some of my colleagues. So right now, we're going to transition into thinking about the work, it being unfinished, but also serving as a guidepost for the work that we'll continue to do. And so I'd like to call to the stage Darnell Thompson as our moderator to come to the stage. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes. Dr. Laura Lawson, Executive Dean of the School of Environmental and Biological Sciences, to come. Dr. Mara Riley, Director of the Zimmerly Art Museum. Dr. Brian Kariski, Executive Director of the Collaborative Center for Community Engagement. And I will join them on the stage. Yeah, you can clap for me, okay. Again, as we continue into the work that's happening now on the panel, if you would like, please go ahead and find yourself on the question Padlet. As we finish the moderated portion of our panel, you'll have the opportunity to be able to ask questions, time permitting. So please feel free to do that. Oh, well, so I'll leave that here.
Hello, all right. Good morning. How are we doing today? All right. Can we get a little more energy? How are we doing today? Yes. We're talking about progress, right? We're in celebration. We're thinking about things. So, welcome, folks. My name is Darnell Thompson, who's he and pronouns, Assistant Director of Education. Thanks for the introduction, and thank you, folks, for the opportunity to sit with my colleagues to talk about progress. This work is super important to me. It's super important to all of the folks who are present with us. And as we gather in space and virtually, super excited to talk about what it means to be in progress. And in a moment in time that we're in the middle of Access Week, right? And what does that mean to like be in the space of access, and why there's a level of responsibility that comes along with that word of access, right? We're sitting in a space of higher education where that word access means so much, right? So I would love for us to, even as we talk today and as we talk about progress, that we also sit with the privilege of that word of access, right? And recognize folks who don't have access. Recognize the folks who access has been stolen, removed from them recently. And also those yet for us to understand where they need access. And I want us to be thoughtful about those things as we kind of continue. And our work is never done, as Dr. Butler mentioned, right? And so we're here to talk about progress and know that this work is vital to what we do here in Brunswick around our diversity work, okay? The diversity strategic plan doesn't have a deadline, right? So I want to talk about, and I want to ask my colleagues, why is that the case? Why do we think there's no set deadline or set timeline connected to our diversity strategic plan? I would love to hear from you folks.
So I think when we talk about time, typically strategic plans have a time frame. Usually they're somewhere around 5 or 10 years. But I know that as the diversity strategic plan was coming together, as the team that now looks a little bit different, but in the initial coming together, time was thought about differently because of the way that diversity initiatives and progress works. You may come up against challenges that may take you in a different directions. You may have the opportunity to work on different things at different times. And so you don't quite know all of the obstacles and challenges that will come. Sometimes progress can look like holding the line. Sometimes progress looks like moving forward in an action step. Sometimes you'll need to pivot. So I think a time construct is not necessary, but we can measure progress as forward, right? And so as long as we're making that incremental change in a direction, I think that's the really important part.
Yeah, anyone else want to jump in on talk about timing a little bit?
I'll add to that. I mean, I think, you know, when we're thinking about anti-sexism, anti-racism, and anti-ableism work, it's never done. And if we use like the ADA as an example, right, Americans with Disabilities Act, my sister's a quadriplegic, you know, there are no ramps. She can't find parking spots the majority of the time, right? There's a constant obstacles. The work is never done for anti-ableism work, just as an example, or anti-sexism work. We just need to use abortion as an example, how things, you know, progress in fits and starts, how we progress and then we go backward and we progress and we go backwards. And so that work is just constant. We can't give up, right? It's just never ending, I think, the work.
Yeah, right.
And then from the community engagement perspective, New Brunswick and Piscataway is blessed with a lot of small mom and pop nonprofits. And they're constantly new ones coming up. We just had our breakfast, brand new one was there. He's in the formation stages. So it's never ending. We always have challenges, and we have these small mom and pop nonprofits that need assistance that pop up. And their focus is always changing. And that's a great thing because they're facing the challenges that are coming up that Tiffany talked about. So in terms of it is never ending because we want to be there to serve our population, our community, and that's both on and off campus.
I'll just add, it's never ending, but it's also right now.
Yes.
And so if you have a deadline or if you're looking towards something in the future, you may not be paying attention to right now. And we have to kind of live the practice and do it.
Yeah, you bring up an interesting point, and to a note when I was thinking about time, because you know I was reflective about like this moment in time, right, and thinking about how this opportunity for us to gather is timely, but our work doesn't always have to feel time sensitive, right? Because it has to continue to keep going, right? And so it's such an important piece to this aspect of like as we think about. Where we're talking about progress, right? We're talking about the growth and advancement of like the work that we're doing, that in a moment in time where so many things are under attack, like, and so it is timely, but like we got to get out the space of thinking that everything needs to be time sensitive. I wonder if anyone has any thoughts to that reflection, if anyone.
Well, I think in the context of doing this work, I mean, we're ultimately working with people. Yeah. And people are constantly changing. And in the world, as people interact with one another, as we're operating in the spaces that we inhabit, the world is constantly changing, and we have to change with it in terms of being sensitive to the ways in which people ebb and flow, as the ways in which people will be who they are and what that means in the way that they show up in the world. And we have to be sensitive, but also agile in those spaces, because it's a constant pursuit of learning one another. And I think learning people is probably one of the greatest acts of love and care, right, in the culture, is to be able to learn about one another and have that really be able to impact the way that you move around in a space, to be mindful one to another. So I think the timeliness and the idea of it not being time sensitive, because life is a learning pursuit, and that is time bound, but you're also, you don't know. So you do the best in the time that you are aware of that you have. Yeah,
absolutely. Any other thoughts? Okay. Okay, cool. You bring up this piece, and it's a great segue, right? Because you're talking about being flexible and things like that. And the next question I have, hang on one second. Nope, we're all right. next question I ask is, if I would love for folks to share a moment when it became clear to you that progress had been made, that we were moving in some sort of direction in like your unit. Were there moments where the work was difficult, and a moment where you maybe needed to pivot, to need to be a little bit more flexible? If so, and how did you adjust to make that progress?
So in terms of the community engagement, when we start our first partner breakfast, which I'll talk about this afternoon, we had 32 people, including 4 people from the collaborative, so 28 outside individuals. We now average about 85 at our partner breakfasts, and they've grown. And we were also very intentional to include our on-campus partners, because they are just as vital. They need just the same kind of support as our off-campus partners. So including them in there and helping them make those connections has been fantastic for us. In terms of pivoting, one of the things that we also noticed, and this came from Tiffany's area when Tiffany and I met when I first got here, which was there's a lot of different types of engagement, and there's a lot of different pathways to get engagement information out there. So I was asked and tasked with, let's find a way to find one simple way to get out to the entire campus and the community. And so I was tasked, I did the research, and we ended up bringing on guideposts here called Our Community. So it's an easy way for our off and on-campus partners to find volunteers, for people to track information. And so we had to pivot fast and start developing education to train people. And it was originally only supposed to be for New Brunswick, but it went to all 4 campuses. And so being able to adapt it to each campus has been vital too.
I would also share too, I think initially when you think about doing work in the progress of our diversity strategic plan, number one is that the idea that it's integrated, right? That we set ourselves an ideal about who we think we are and who we want to be. I think the other part is the fact that it was integrated. That it wasn't any one place doing a thing. It was many people in a collective coming together to move forward in the areas of which they have expertise and influence and power. And so to be able to think about moving a system, particularly at this scale, for folks to be able to say, where I am, I'm going to do what I can. I think that's vitally important when we think about in the collective space. When we think about progress, I think the integration is a critical part, because even in preparing for today, the idea that there were so many to choose from that we could spotlight, to say, like, there are people all over this campus who are doing the things, particularly in a time like right now, to say that who we are and what does that mean in the context of who we are, and to look at where we've come from and let that shape kind of where we go. I think that's been critical in thinking about progress and what that looks like. I also think pushback to a certain extent lets you know about how impactful you have been. And I think right now, I will say, I think we've done well.
That resistance is so important, right? When we receive that resistance, we know, like, oh, we're making people uncomfortable, right? We're making that, and there's growth in that discomfort. Anyone else want to share about the things that they've had, like the pivot and things like that? Thoughts?
I can speak to that a little
Yeah,
bit.
sure.
I think, the Zimmerle's outward facing as an institution, and so our progress is often determined by, it's quantitative, right? Like, what's our audience numbers? Are we increasing annually? And I think we've done phenomenally well over the last 3 years, but it dawned on me, this is when we pivoted, about a year ago, when I realized that we weren't really seeing a lot of like local audiences come in. So we're seeing staff, we're seeing faculty, we're seeing students especially. But knowing that, 47% of New Brunswick is Latinx, is an audience that we were not tapping into. And so, I applied for a grant, and we've now instituted a bilingual museum initiative. And now we're seeing huge numbers of people coming in from the Latinx community that have never been to the museum. And they're coming back, right? So to me, pivoting sometimes is just, what's happening, right? What am I missing out on here, right? And again, when you're looking at quantitative analysis for a museum, who's not coming? So I think that's also kind of work that needs to be done as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to commend you for those efforts and things like that. I've actually seen them and have partnered with like some of the folks that you've done in like the community work too as well. And so like lifting that work is super important, especially for our community members, right? As a university that sits in this space, right, we understand what the impact can be and what might be some of the reputations that Rutgers might have within the community with local folks, to build that space of access, to build that space of connection to the community is super important, right? And then when we're talking about access, what does it mean to go to a place and be able to know that your language is spoken, to be able to read things in your languages and things like that? That's super important. So I'm glad for the work that you're doing in that space. It reminds me to think that like how sometimes we have to take pause to be reflective and when we're talking about our pivoting, and that like when we pivot, there has to be a level of diligency that comes along with that. Like we're not going to sit in that frustration, but we're going to be resolved in the work that comes along with that. And if this work was easy, it would already be done, right? You know what I mean? Like, and so we have to continue to kind of keep doing those things. And so as I have you folks here sitting on this panel, I want to think about the work that you've done, right? And so I want to talk, what's really one of the, and I've kind of talked about it, but what's one initiative that you're really also proud of, right? Like, is it you kind of more talked about like that level of like, I'm proud of like this thing that we've done as we pivoted. But what's an initiative that other folks are really proud of in your work and the impact that it has had on advancing equity, inclusion, and diversity?
Sorry. Okay. Good morning. So I was thinking about, like, as everyone was talking, pivoting, and I can't help but think about basketball and not traveling. So one of the things that we have done, and so I'm the Dean of the School of Environmental and Biological Sciences and the Ag Experiment Station. And we have faculty all over the state. And we have been very fortunate the last few years to do a lot of new faculty hiring. So instead of pivot, in some ways for us, it has just been like evolution of it. Because we started out with mandatory stride training. Very difficult. People were kind of resistant. Yes, thank you, Crystal. Very resistant. But one of the things that we had that was different maybe is we have external people on our search committees because we are the experiment station, and it was super important to have them go through stride training because they started understanding Rutgers better and what our priorities and our values are. And we're then bringing that into how they saw these roles that quite often could be much more transactional. You know, you need someone that's going to do pest management. It's like, no, we need a faculty member who's going to be engaged in Rutgers and in the values of Rutgers doing pest management. So I think that was a really important evolution that has now been, it's now a foundation, right? That is an assumed piece. And we've also seen in the process of doing faculty hiring, just stronger and stronger attention to inclusive outreach and recruitment, to thanks to Troy, much more attention to diversity action plans, or sorry, I just said it wrong, diversity statements and how to interpret them and how to include them in how we do candidate evaluation. And so it is kind of like we're to your point earlier, we're learning as we go, and it's getting stronger and better as a result. I don't think I would have thought we'd be where we are now 3 years ago. I didn't want to, it's not like you do stride and check a box. It's like that was a tool, and then now we're going to the next step, and then we go to the next step, and then we go to the next step. And I think one of the things that I'm really excited about, and I just want to give a shout out to Troy, who's our Associate Dean of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion for all of his work in this space, is we are making an impact on the diversity of our faculty as a result of it, particularly in cooperative extension, which reflects the state of New Jersey, which is what we're supposed to be doing. So that was long-winded, but I think it's a great thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're talking about, and I'm going to come down to you too, Brian. But you're talking about like building it into the fabric, right? You're building it into the fabric of what you do. And I think so often we've always been in this space of thinking about like how do we include it? Like how are we putting it into like things? And what we really need to do is think about our processes, dismantle them, and build it into the fabric. So that way, when things are under attack, right? That folks are not pointing to these things, but it's already built into like what we do. And like this is a framework and how we do our work, right? Go ahead, Brian, sorry. That was great.
So one of the programs is one that has been in the collaborative for quite some time. And two people oversee it, and they're sitting in the back, right back there, Rebecca Gordado and Abby Clucks, is our Bonner Leader program. And when I started, there was only 32 in there. And Rebecca revised the entire program. And the Bonner Leader program takes students who are on federal work study, and they work in the community or with outwardly facing organizations on the campus. And that's where they do their hours. So they're doing community engagement work. And through their efforts, it has grown to now 50 students each year. They're in the community, and they're helping these small organizations to the point now where I think for next year, I'm going to scan back there. I think I'm about right. It's like there's 12 new requests for Bonner Leaders for the fall. Yeah. And so it's grown, and it's helping our community partners. It's helping the on-campus partners really connect in the community. So I'm proud of that because, again, a lot of these are small mom and pops that are run by women of color. And so they're making these impacts, and our students are learning and are really engaging in the community for really positive reasons.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know if you were getting the mic. It's so important that we think about, and I think, seeing these things and knowing how these efforts are ingrained in not only the community, right? Because, when people talk about higher education and how we situate ourselves, and sometimes there can be a lot of resources that we take from the community, right? But like that ability to be able to give back, that ability for our students to be able to see how we're invested in the spaces in our community outside of, Rutgers, outside of the bubble is vital, right? To thinking about this work, right? And as my prompt in the beginning was to talk about access and who doesn't have access, and we're breaking down those particular barriers, right? And so that's what I'm hearing from all of you, and I think that those things are really phenomenal. And so as we talk really engage and formulate and how we engage with community, what's one thing that you wish the Rutgers community knew about making progress towards a more inclusive campus? What's something that you really want folks here presently who watch this video, live streaming, what do you want the Rutgers community to know about making progress and towards a more inclusive community?
I guess I can start first. I think for me, recognizing that in the present moment, you may feel frustrated, you may feel a lot of things. I would say to feel the feelings, take the breaks, listen to yourself, take the breaks that you need to be able to continue in the work. This is not a sprint, this is a marathon, right? This is about not only being able to do the work right now, but doing the work for the long run takes a certain amount of self-care, and to be able to, in continuing to move forward, and being kind to yourself in the context of what it means to move forward. And so when we think about action and we think about hitting specific goals or being able to make progress, it's being able to see where the incremental changes have come, and being able to pause and reflect on that, celebrate it, acknowledge it, and then continue to be sensitive to the things that are happening around us to know what the path forward can continue to look like and who needs to be next to you as you make those steps. Because this is not work that we can do alone. This is not work you should do alone. And I would dare to say can't do alone. And so to be able to put one foot in front of the other, lock armed with someone, and then that other person next to you locking arms with someone else. I think we have the capacity to do tremendous things, but it first starts with the ability to care for oneself, to be kind to oneself, but also to do it in community.
Any other thoughts?
I was going to add the community piece to it, and I think the other, because I'm a landscape architect, I can't help but think that we need to intentionally have spaces that we can come together for community. I think more than ever, we need to get together like this, but because it does feel like the world is on attack, right? Or it feels like you're alone, and I think it's going to be super important for us, for our students, for the community to feel like Rutgers is a place to come together. And even though we are going to have difficult conversations, we have to have them, and we have to have them in a safe space. One of the things that we're really working on the Cook campus is our edges, in a way. We're one of the open, like we're a big park, open space for the community. I mean, we want people to come in, and we want it to feel like Rutgers is part of New Brunswick. And then we can have those conversations and make sure that we don't kind of create these divides that the news media is kind of starting to make, and other things about what a university is or what higher ed is, and that we are all one community kind of addressing the same issues.
Y'all bring up such interesting points, and I have one more question for y'all, right? But I want to talk about this aspect of community and why it's essential. One of the things I wrote down as we prepared today was, and especially as we talk about community, specifically here at Rutgers, is this aspect of coalition building. And I think that's another layer to like this level of work. My students will tell you that I tell them all the time, justice work is done in community. Like, you cannot do justice work without other folks, right? And so that takes a level of coalition. That takes a level of building co-conspirators. That takes a level of finding folks who will advocate with you, for you, in moments of struggle, right? And so one of the last questions was kind of already hinted at, but I want to reframe it, so I'm throwing a curveball. Ooh, y'all ready? So I'm going to ask the question as is framed, but then I'm going to add a caveat to it. And so the question is, how have partnerships that you've made across Rutgers or with local communities enhanced the impact of your diversity efforts? In the vein of thinking about coalition building, what are also some partnerships that you want to develop to continue your work?
I think in the context of coalition building and partnerships to be developed, even though I'm picking up the mic, I'm thinking a lot about what does it mean to be in community, to be an institution of higher education that is not just in a community, but of a community. And so I think about where are we located, right? I think about the state of New Jersey. I think about advocacy, not only in the spaces that we inhabit on campus within actual New Brunswick, but I also think about, particularly in the time that we are, advocacy in the legislative space, right? What does it look like for us to be actively working toward our inclusion goals related to coalition building in that particular space? I think and I guess I put a shout out, we have someone coming, I think next week on the 25th, Dr. Erica Friedman is here and can probably tell you a little bit more information about what's coming later in terms of the path forward, and a talk from a legislator about what we can do. But I think some of those spaces are really important, but then also, I guess maybe I'll pass it over to Brian to talk a little bit more about what does it look like to not just be in a community, but of it.
For us in the collaborative, for us to think forward, Rutgers is such a large institution, and I was talking with someone from Rutgers Global. God, this is back in September, and I was talking to her, and I explained what the collaborative did, and she's like, "I've been here for 16, 17 years. I've never heard of the collaborative, and I'm still learning of places every day." And then I started reflecting on it. I'm like, granted I've been here for 3 years, I'm still learning a lot. People who have been here a long time. Rutgers has so many hidden gems and a lot of offices that I'm trying to invite to our partner breakfasts because they're making those connections. Our community partners, especially the small ones who serve underrepresented populations, they sometimes see a barrier around Rutgers because of the town gown, which doesn't exist, but in their minds it does. And so trying to have our offices connect with those nonprofits, with those small organizations, because we're here for our students. And our students can make that impact in the community. And research consistently shows students who are engaged in community engagement work, it's a high impact practice, when they graduate, they go into their communities wherever they live, and they make those impacts. They're solving the problems locally. And so therefore, we should be doing that. And for me, success and seeing things move forward are our students engaging in the community either curricularly or co-curricularly and making that impact and helping smaller organizations, and then also connecting our faculty staff with these organizations, because either through the classroom or in their personal time, they can make that impact and make a difference.
I can pick up on the coalition building aspect of it. So one of the things that we're particularly proud of at the Zimmerly is something called Spark Nights, which are, thank you.
Shout out to Spark
Thank you,
Nights.
shout out. So for those of you that don't know, I expect you at the next one, but they're first Thursdays of every month. And I changed them when I arrived so that they're specific to the, whatever the monthly designation is. So we have Black History Month, we have Women's History Month, we have Native American, disability awareness, and so forth. And it's so amazing. And I know, I'm looking at some of you that I know were at the Black History Month just a few weeks ago. But it's all about coalition building because we co-create the programming with students. And we co-create it with community partners and some of the centers and institutes across Rutgers. And so these students coming together from different groups, right? From the Mexican Student Association or the Rutgers Turtle Club of indigenous, students as well, so on and so forth, are coming together and working together on programming that's really, really meaningful to them. I think one of them that's particularly fun is Gapril. Where we have got Gapril going. We have a drag show every year. I mean, and they're so excited. And they're building friendships. Some of the students I know have told me, just confessed to me that I haven't even come out yet, right? And here I am at Gapril, having the time of my life, right? That's what we want to see at the museum. And so coalition building is really critical to what we're trying to do.
I just want to add, the other group for collaboration is our faculty. So many of the faculty at SCBS are really struggling right now because they do the things that are being caught up in the federal changes. If the faculty can't get together around this, they're holding all of their fears about their entire careers, particularly the pre-tenure faculty, inside. And so I think the other piece is that we have really great collaborations across faculty. So we have the collaboratories, we have the Rutgers Climate and Energy Institute. Those institutes are part of this effort, right? Because it is a very diverse group of faculty committed to Rutgers and scared about the future of their research and their scholarship. And I think that's another space that we really need to talk about collaboration, because they're here for the long haul. They want to stay at Rutgers because this is a really great place to be. They love our students, but the sand is shifting underneath them if they're better together in that work.
Yeah, that's a piece that we also can't minimize, right? The attack on scholarship, right? The attack on knowledge, right? And so even as we think about our advocacy work in serving our student population, community partners, and things like that, there's attack on folks who are producing knowledge. And so I think there's also something to be said around, having access to that, right? That opportunity of the production of knowledge and also being able to disseminate that. But when it's work that is grounded and rooted in sharing the experience of folks on the margins, we have to also advocate for that too as well. That research is important, right? And so these are also aspects that we can't, leave out of our conversations too as well. Some of our great faculty in doing phenomenal work, if that work then is not elevated, if that work is then taken away, if we don't have access to those knowledge bases, that then creates ripple effects to the student experience. That then creates ripple effects to our community partners too as well. And so it's like I said, like it's super important to think about how do we build coalitions, how do we understand that this fight is not just the fight of folks in a quote unquote DEI space, right? That this is an effort and a fight to preserve and create spaces, right? No matter where those spaces are going to be created down the line. We don't even know yet, but it's all about making sure we have the ability to have access to those spaces. I want to thank you folks for your perspectives, for your thoughts, and I want to thank you folks for being present with us too today and understanding that like the work that we are charged to do is heart work, right? Heart work, I'll make sure I'm specific, right? That this work is hard work. And one of my oldest mentors told me that very early on in my career. And as I have had the opportunity to sit with these folks and do this work and think about, DEI from a strategic standpoint, it's really been valuable to me to just sit in space with y'all and learn from you all. And just commit differently to this work. And so I want to thank you all for your insights, the work that you do, the collaborations that we continue to keep having, and for all of you folks to know that the work and as you engage with each other in community today, that we can coalition build today, right? We can start that process today with each other to figure out ways forward, right? We are elevating the progress of progress, access, right? But this is the opportunity to be timely as we sit, but understand that this work is the long haul. So I want to thank you folks for the opportunity to sit in this panel with you, and excited for the rest of the day that we have ahead. Thank you.
Darnell.
So right now, I think we're going to transition into a short break. And so I think we'll give it about, I want to say 10 minutes. So, oh. I mean, there was some in the Padlet. Oh, there's some in the Padlet. Okay, that's good. Do we have time for, I'm going to look to, do we have time? You got 20 minutes. Okay.
Oh, 20 minutes. Okay, great.
Okay, good. So I think from that perspective, I didn't realize there was any folks in the Padlet giving questions there. So we'll take one or two questions from the Padlet, and if there are folks who are in the room, we can go ahead from there. I think we have mic runners for the folks who are in the room to be able to ask the question. Yeah? So one question coming from the Padlet is, how is this moment similar and different to past instances of resistance, and how do we anticipate responding? I know for myself, I think as, I guess, interim vice chancellor and being in this space in this moment right now, I think ultimately the thing that we have to rely on in this particular time is remembering who we are. Right? As I think about President Holloway's messages to us over the course of these past couple of weeks, and also Chancellor Conway's messages to us, number one, we have to remember who we are. We are Rutgers, and what is our mission and what are our values, and what does that mean in the context of the work that we do, but really remembering who you are in the context of the work that you do is going to be critically important, because that's ultimately where you find kind of that purpose and that foundation for how you continue to find a path forward. And so how do you respond? I mean, you respond in the way that is true to who you are. And so that looks like being the kind of people that are not just moving beyond words, not just doers of saying one thing and doing something else, but saying a thing and then also doing that thing. And so responding with consistency. And so I don't know if there are other folks who have thought processes about that on the stage, but I think that's where I'm landing.
Yeah, I always have thoughts. Actually, this is actually really timely to like my experience. I literally was just I was literally in California a day ago, and we were having this conversation. I was at a conference, and we were talking about folks. We love to do this as people, right? To compare, right? What is this stage, or what is this moment in time, and how does it compare to other former acts of resistance, right? And one of the things that I've been sitting with in reflecting for the past few months is that as someone who looks at the past to help guide a way forward, to think about a way forward, is that these things are not new, right? We're not living in the worst of times, right? We can acknowledge that. We're not living in the worst of times. There's obviously a ton of work to do, right? And so, when we talk about, strategies around resistance, and we talk about the ways in which we need to potentially shift our work, I'm thoughtful of the abolitionist approaches of the past, of being able to be in collection, to be in community with folks, and understand that we are guided by the same principle of what is right and what's just. And so those are the things that I would imagine that can be similar, but the strategy to get there looks just a little bit differently. We receive and we access information in a way that we've never in the past. And so we can disseminate, we can share, we can collectively gather in a way that can look super different nowadays. And so I think that's something that I've been grappling with, been in reflection with, and then also strategically have been dropping those seeds with students. Because students are very much in an uproar, and they're very much in a space of anxiety, and so they need some of this like grounding. And I think that's a very grounding practice to be thoughtful of, like, okay, let's acknowledge the fact that there is a past here, and then also how we move forward just needs to shift a little bit differently. And our advocacy and the work that we do and protest and all of these things can look completely different. And we need to create space for all of that to exist with our young people so they can understand and learn those things that it doesn't always have to be how we view it on like the 15 seconds of like social media of like this big thing. Our little things also matter too.
I think this is one for the entirety of the panel. And so, how are you staying resilient? How are you staying resilient? Pause.
Are we? I mean, I think you got at it there, Tiffany, with self-care. Right? I mean, I think that's at the heart of it. And if there is no self-care, I mean, I find I fall apart at this moment. I mean, to be honest, we could try to be hopeful, but I'll be really honest with you, I'm not. So I'm really scared right now in this moment. And you said it's not the worst. I'm worried about the future. So I'm having a hard time being resilient. I'll be really honest with you.
I would also say, I guess in response to that, when we're talking about self-care, it's also being mindful and caring and holding accountable people around us, right? So I think as we were getting together and beginning the day, Laura, you asked me, how are you doing? And I gave my normal, it's Wednesday, I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm doing good. Everything's fine, everything's going good. And then she paused and she stopped me and she said, how are you actually doing? And I think it's those kinds of moments that I was like, oh, well, I'm okay. And I had a chance to be a little bit more reflective with myself, knowing that in my mind, I'm like, oh, there's a cascade of things that I need to do today to manage myself, to manage my feelings, to deal with the fears, right? Because in not feeling the feelings, we do ourselves a disservice. By not checking in on one another, we do our collective selves a disservice. And so I think it's care, right? A community, a culture of care is how we continue to move forward. It's how we stay resilient in these moments, but also we spend the time being clear about who we are, what we are purposed to do, what are the things that we have control over, and we work in those directions. And so I think it's that for me, those things.
Obviously, still self-care is huge. Coming from the Irish Catholic background, where it was imbued in us by my grandmother and by my mother, is checking in with others. How are you doing? Checking in. And I found talking with students, talking with colleagues, and finding out, how are you doing, and hearing their hopes for the future makes me feel better, because then I know that the spark is still out there. And I don't want to go to a dark place, but I will say it that, my husband and I have, hate to say, a backup plan. My mother was born in Ireland, so I'm a dual national. And I'm very lucky, and I have an Irish passport, so I can fly overseas. My husband can come with me, and we can work overseas. So we have a backup plan. We don't want to do it, but we are thinking about the future, but a lot of it is talking with others and hearing the hope from the others, especially our students. They are very hopeful about the future because they want to get past this major roadblock. But not all of them. Some of them are very scared. But as we talk with them and we can have those discussions about, how can you make the world better, they want to make the world better. So that makes me feel better too.
But they need the tools.
Yeah, they need the tool. They do need the tools.
I'll just say that I laughed when the question was asked because 5 minutes from now it'll be a different answer. I think that it's this roller coaster, right? Sometimes I am the warrior in front of, in the battle. Sometimes I am the mom who's terrified for her kids. Sometimes I am sad. Sometimes I am hopeful, and I think we have to just acknowledge that it's not one thing. We have to be all the different parts of ourselves as we're going through this. And so it's more than self-care to me. It's actually just kind of like patience with myself because I don't, like yesterday I was getting my hair cut and I just downloaded on my hairdresser and I have no idea why. But then I call my kids and I'm like, everything's gonna be fine, honey, everything's gonna be fine, right? So I think we have to acknowledge that we're all kind of going through this roller coaster. And the other thing so Vicki Banyard's in the back, and she recommended a book called 4,000 Weeks, which I've been listening to in the car, and it really just keeps me in the present. So for me right now, I need to be in the present because it's calming that I have to be in my values right now if I'm gonna do what I wanna do in the future. And I think that's really helping me.
That's great. I love that too, because there's a mindfulness piece, but then the part that really resonates is that aspect of community care, right? Well, self-care is important, but community care also can be super vital. And if that's your hairdresser or my barber getting all of the things that's this is what's going on for me right now, that's a part of your community, right? And it's really interesting because, Adwell, you talked about someone asking, how you really doing? And shout out to Dr. Collier because she came for me earlier too. Literally saying, when are you gonna rest? And I was like, I got a couple of weeks of going first before I'm thinking about rest. But shout out to Dr. Collier, always holding me accountable to make sure that I take care of myself. But it's important, right? Because that's another level of community care, right? And we need those people, right? In our workspaces, in our personal lives, right? Barber, hairdresser, all of those things, family members, right? So that we know that we can sustain, right? And we need to have those outlets too, right? And so I appreciate you saying that because that's really put to me there. Are there any other questions from the audience? Oh, 5 minutes, okay.
Yeah, so we have time for one question from the audience. I think that there is still a microphone that exists out in the audience. And so if you have a question, please feel free to raise your hand. We'll come find you. We'll come find you. And I feel like I'm harkening back to my professor days where I'm like, I'm going to give you 7 awkward seconds of silence and good eye contact. If you have a question, we'll give you a moment to reflect. I see a hand over here. Yes, I feel like that 7 seconds of awkward silence always helps people. Yeah, maybe it's the introvert in me that I'm like, oh, I'm holding space for you.
It definitely helps with those 7 seconds. I know this may primarily pertain to my program working with high school students, but there's more of a limitation on the verbiage that we can use and things of that nature. So what would you recommend with everything going on and talking about advocacy and self-care for us to do with our high school students?
I think with high school students, I mean, you're at a really important phase of life when you're in high school. You're making decisions about all manner of things that are coming up about whether or not you want to go to college, what do you want to do, what do you want to study, who do you want to be, and then you're still trying to figure out who you actually are, and that in beginning in that process, kind of maybe could be mid-stage, depends. I think number one, being clear about the fact that who that student is not wrong, right? The fact that they're exploring, thinking, challenging the world and what it means to be who they are is, I think, is a really important thing to do. I remember as I was coming up, my mother was, and my father, well, both of those butlers, they were out there making sure that I heard the good things about me, and I heard about the things that I could be, and if there were barriers, we talked through it. They held space for me to be able to talk through my concerns. They held space for me to talk about my dreams, and they never squashed them. They held space for me to be able to shoot for the stars, right? To really be able to think about saying, like, I know this might sound a little bit wild, but here's where I'm at. And they held space. There was no judgment. They listened and they did not judge. And so maybe, I guess, I don't know, my parents maybe a little bit of judgment, but they still helped in the context of being able to try and figure out who I am, and now I think is built foundationally on what kind of things they allowed for me to explore when I was growing. And so I think being able to offer space for students to be able to question, being able to offer space for students to be able to find their words. I mean, talking about the things that are happening in the world in a way that they can understand. I think right now, as we're navigating this very difficult time, I think part of the issue that we could address with high school students is to be able to talk more about the ways in which things work, how systems have come to be, how systems currently work, and what does it look like to be able to disrupt systems, right? Because again, I think sometimes people are coming from a place of just not knowing. And so number one, holding space for them to be who they are and affirming that, but also being able to make sure that you're teaching them about the way that the things work, so that they have space to be able to figure out, like, well, is that reasonable? And they have that good critical thinking sense to be able to say yes or no and move in a direction that makes sense for them in the pursuit of their goals.
I just want to add, I think the other piece is more kids are not going to have necessarily the same resources as we currently have if things are going the way that they're going. And we have to kind of create supports and safe spaces for students, high school students, college students who maybe won't be able to easily access an agency, health care, and financial support, and other things that we need. One of the things that Troy's been really wonderful for students is an emergency fund, for example. And I think we need to think that way. Our students will be in emergency situations, probably at a different scale than recently. And so I think we have to think kind of create this supportive environment, but also be prepared for being the advocates and providing those kinds of emergency supports that our students may be needing, financially, healthcare, um, legally, all sorts of different aspects.
Oh, no, no. No, I think we're in a good place. I feel like being able to think about not only the emotional and the care support around a student, and also thinking about the practical structural supports. I mean, those are the critical pieces. That's the way that we make it through. Because again, if there are situations where things are not going to be available, how do we make sure that folks get the things that they need? And it's in those ways. So I appreciate you sharing those things. I do think right now we are at time. And so I appreciate your time and attention, and for all the folks who are on stage. So let's give them another round of applause. Right now, we're going to transition into a 10-minute break. And so I will see you back here in roughly about 10 minutes. Please feel free to grab some coffee, tea, water in the back of the room. There are little snacks. Please feel free to grab some. And I'll see you back here in about 10 minutes. Thanks. Oh. Good photo, just like this or standing?
I know, right?
Thank you, Doug. I thought you brought us back around the coalition building. I was like, yes.
Well, mine works.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
You might want to keep looking a bit closer.
A little higher?
Yeah. I'm going to
How's that? Is that better?
Maybe try have it facing.
I thought I was doing that. Should I go the other side? Test. Is that?
Yeah, it's going to be these two.
Did that catch it more? Okay.
How are you doing?
Your hot mic.
I like how covering up did absolutely nothing.
Does nothing.
switch one in a second.
USB.
All right. No, hold on, we gotta test it, make sure it works. Yeah. Let's see if it reaches, if I go all the way over.
Is it okay if I do Will, or do you want, like, what do you want?
Will's fine.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
All right,
To be reaching.
mine's good. You wanna test yours, Will?
mic on, please? Thank you. Oh, my mic back on. Hi. Good to see everyone having good community care, checking in with one another. I see a lot of smiles and giggles in the room, and I love that for us. I think for right now, I'm gonna call you back together so we can continue on with our day. So right now, we're going to transition into a conversation about data. Yeah, we're going to transition into a conversation about data. So as we come off from break and we come back together, we're going to hear from, what I just heard was the dynamic data bros, is what they're calling themselves. No, but I have some amazing colleagues, Marco Di Novelli, Associate Vice Chancellor for Enrollment Management, and Will Jones, Executive Director for Career Exploration and Success. They're going to come and they're going to present together an equity data walk. As we think about progress, being able to think in terms of what does that mean for higher education as it relates to student success. And so you'll hear some data related to undergraduate students, graduate students, and how that's associated with postgraduate outcomes. So if you will welcome them with me with a round of applause as they come to the stage and begin to present. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. We want to address the elephant in the room. Anyone who's wondering, yes, we did plan these outfits. All down to the shoes. So everything from the ties, the color, the shoes, everything, we wanted to make sure that we looked, the parts. You can't even tell us apart up here. But thank you guys for joining us today. My name is Marco Di Novelli. I'm the Associate Vice Chancellor of Enrollment Management. I oversee undergraduate admissions, our fairly new Office of Graduate Admissions, and our Enrollment Analytics team. Will.
And good morning. My name is Will Jones. I am the Executive Director for the Office of Career Exploration and Success. And we work with students all along their career journey from self-discovery all the way through pursuing their goals. Now, it is Access Week, and so one of the things as we look at, as a university, as we look at ways to demolish some of those barriers, data can really come in handy when it comes to identifying where our students are not only going, but where they've been. And so we're going to share with you quite a bit of data today. Data's great. We're going to share quite a bit of data with you today, and then we're also going to have some time at the end for questions as well. But before we start, we do want to thank two of our amazing colleagues within both of our offices who are really responsible for not only collecting the data, but helping to synthesize the data. So from Career Exploration and Success, Madeline Giordano. She is our Senior Assistant Director for Career Outcomes and Assessment, and she oversees our post-graduation survey data collection process.
And from my team, from our Enrollment Management Analytics team, we have Megan Knight, our research analyst. Megan does a lot of work for us, specifically for the admissions process relating to our EOF students, and really everything we can do to try to make that process as simple for them, as well as many other things. And as Will said, two people much smarter than neither of us who did all the real hard work, and we just get to come up here and actually do the presentation. So what are we going to cover today? Really, as part of the data walk, one of the things we like to do is case studies. And we like to do those specific to either an entering year for a particular incoming class, so looking specifically here at the undergraduate incoming first year class of 2020. Everyone remembers fall 2020? These students, are our first kids coming in through COVID and everything like that. Very exciting group to look at. After that, we've heard from you from past years, wanted to learn a little bit more about graduate students. So we're going to do a graduate student-specific data walk, looking at students who graduated from their graduate program in 2024. So the undergraduate one is students who started in fall 2020. That's a way for us to kind of put them together. The graduate one is looking at the students who graduated in 2024, specifically from graduate programs. After that, we're just going to touch base on some overall rates, kind of just show you some trends in what we're seeing as far as our students and their not only their graduation rates and then career outcomes. But as Will and I said, we have over 50 slides to go through. We're going to go through it quick, but our goal is really to give you time to ask questions at the end. So if you have a question, something pops in your mind, please don't hesitate. One of the things we really like to talk about is Rutgers is such a big place. One data point, such as graduation rates or career outcomes, just one data point for the entire university isn't telling enough of the story. And that's what we're here today to kind of walk through nuances and differences. We have a lot of positive stats, and when you look at these stats, just because one number might not be as high as another, it doesn't mean that number is bad because it's lower compared to national trends or what other universities are doing, but it's important to know that not everything is equal, and everything might come in at different levels for different groups. So you can think about what we can do to try to change things, to try to figure out ways to bring different groups up. With that, we do want to just go over a couple of terms really quickly just to make sure we're all on the same page when you hear things for us. When you see in our reports, you see something that says race, ethnicity, other. This is just students who identified on their application that they are 2 or more races. They did not give us any racial information in their application. They identified a Pacific Islander or Native American. So that's when you see race, ethnicity, other, you're wondering what that means. It's students who identified in any of those particular ways. International is something that can be used in a lot of different ways here at Rutgers. Specifically for this presentation, when we say an international student, we're talking about a student who is not a U.S. citizen and not a U.S. permanent resident. So really someone whose citizenship is abroad. If you're a dual citizenship holder with the U.S., you would count as a U.S. citizen, and therefore you would not be considered international. Pell recipient, the Pell program is a federal grant program for the most low-income families here in the U.S., provides funding to these students to attend colleges and universities. It's a fantastic program that we truly hope does not get affected by any of the changes going on in the world today, but that's something that many of our students, as you'll find out here at Rutgers, are Pell recipients, and it really just shows that they do amazing things here for them. Finally, retention rate. This is something I forget that's so common in my world, but might not necessarily be in yours. When we say retention rate, that is a metric for first-year incoming undergraduate students. How many of them, or what percentage of them, come back for their second year? So it's really how many students started with us, got to their first year, and decided, you know what, I'm coming back for year 2. That's what our retention rate is. Well,
And then from a career outcome standpoint, there are so many different ways that you can assess post-graduation success. For the purposes of this presentation, though, we are going to utilize the National Association of Colleges and Employers definition of career outcomes, which includes graduates who are employed, they were accepted into a program of continuing study, or they're participating in some type of volunteerism or military service within 6 months of graduation. So that's how we define post-graduation career outcomes. And then later in the presentation, too, you'll also see some bars that are actually talking about whether or not the activity that the student went into is their first preferred activity.
So now we're going to talk about our first case studies. This is really our first time to do a data walk. So again, we're looking at our undergraduate incoming first-year class from fall 2020. So this is September 2020, if you want to close your eyes and think back. We're all remote, we're all working from our homes, and these students, are the first group who are starting their college education completely online, not at our campus. And this was a group that, had to really start their education with us still kind of throwing it together, figuring out what it was going to look like. It's certainly something that we also were trying to figure out, how do we support students in so many different ways, in so many different places, knowing that, especially many of our students from different low-income backgrounds, do they have the space to do these classes, Do they have the technology? Do they have the Wi-Fi connection? Do they have a computer just for themselves? Really learning about what that's going to look like for so many of our students and what the world would be. So if you take a look here, we'd like to kind of show you guys a little bit just about the class and how they broke down. And this is, all data that is available, through iPads and other places. But, really shows the spectrum here of how our class broke down. Believe it or not, despite everything going on in the world, over 10% of the incoming first-year class that year was international students. We actually did a great program working with our friends at Rutgers Global, where we allowed some of these students to start with online programs in China, because we had a few hundred Chinese students who joined us that year. But if you kind of take a look here, you kind of see how it divides. Every year is a little different when it comes to the different ethnicity breakdowns. You'll see this was actually a year where we had moved up quite a bit in our Latinx numbers, with 13% of the incoming class being Latinx. But our African American numbers, our Black African American numbers, were only about 5% of the incoming class. On the right side here, you'll see gender. And this looks almost split perfectly down the middle, and that's the case. It is absolutely not perfectly split by Rutgers school. Some schools tend to have significantly higher percentages of men or women, or vice versa. It really all comes down to what we look like overall when you add it all up. Compared to our Big Ten counterparts, most of them are actually a little bit more 55-45, with 55% of their incoming class be those who identify as women, 45% those who identify as men. So the fact that we're very evenly split, we're a little bit of an outlier with that. Many schools have moved a little bit more to those who identify as female.
I also just want to point out, though, at this time, the university really wasn't collecting too much information around non-binary students. And so that's not going to be included in this data. But as we continue to do these presentations and collect more data over the years, we're hoping to see that number grow as far as being reported.
So as I mentioned, Pell are students who are considered, some of the most low-income students, not only here in New Jersey, although most of our Pell recipients, as you can imagine, are New Jersey residents, but also throughout the country as well. For our incoming class, 26% of our incoming students were Pell recipients. And as we talk about, as we provide services, have to open centers to provide basic needs to students, part of the reason is because we are serving a high need community. It's truly part of what makes Rutgers great and why our Rutgers education truly changes lives. But over 1 out of every 4 of our students who entered in the fall 2020 first year class was a Pell recipient. And we're going to learn a little bit more about them in just a second. So our first stat we want to look at, again, is retention. Okay, and now we're going to look at that by a number of different ways. Start by looking at ethnicity. All of these retention numbers, if you looked at these compared to national averages, dramatically above national averages. But we're concerned about how are we doing here at Rutgers and how this breaks out for us. And you'll see while every group has a very, what we'd say, a good retention rate, there are significant differences. For example, our Asian students had the highest first-year retention rate in the fall 2020 class, at 96%, which is significantly higher than our Latinx students, who are just under 90%. So you're seeing some differences here. What I want you to kind of take a look at is, if you kind of try to remember this, you'll see fairly evenly split. Our Black African American students were at 93.5%, white students at 92.28%. But again, Latinx was the one on this slide where you see a bit of a dip compared to the others. That's going to be interesting when we get a little bit further on in the presentation, when we're looking at graduation rates and seeing how much of this holds true. Now, first year retention. Are the males and females almost identical. Almost identical when it comes to first year retention. Okay, remember that. Those who identify as female versus male, almost identical in first year retention. That's all I want you to take away from this slide. If you look at them, they're almost exactly the same. Finally, those who are not Pell recipients, 94.2% retention rate. Pell recipients a little bit lower, still incredibly high. I don't ever want us to put us down for this, because 91.4% for Pell recipients is incredibly high, but a bit lower. Good reminder that these students are often those who have to stop out, who have something happen with their family or their financial situation where they might want to come back, but something prevented them from. They're more likely when you're a Pell recipient based just on your socioeconomic situation. So that's just a little bit about our first year retention. Things over the will.
And regarding internship participation, we're actually able to take the admissions data for those students who entered in through fall 2020 and connect that to our post-graduation survey data. And as part of that survey, we actually asked students to report on some of the experiential learning activities that they participated in while here at Rutgers. And so let's take a look at some of the internship participation data broken down by those same groups. One of the things that you'll quickly notice is the uneven participation rates when we're looking at ethnicity, in particular with our international students. 41% of them reported having at least one internship while here at Rutgers during that time. We also know that international students have quite a few additional challenges that our domestic students do not have when it comes to internships, where they can intern, whether or not the employer is willing to accept their CPT, which all of them really should. But we also have some employers who are only able to hire U.S. citizens, whether it's based on contracts that they have with the federal government or other cases. But that's something that we continue to look at. The other thing about international students that we keep a keen eye on are things like, are they participating in on-campus employment, where they're not actually required to have CPT to participate. And so one of the things that we're doing within Career Exploration and Success, and working with many of our campus partners, some of which I see here today, is looking at ways to university-wide add additional career readiness competencies and professionalism into the overall student employment program. So regardless of whether or not you can work on campus or off campus, you're picking up valuable skills that employers will look for post-graduation. But we're also seeing a lower participation rate of our Black and African American students compared to the rest of the population. And internships are critical because we have tons of data, multiple years of data, both locally but also nationally, that tell us that students who have internships are statistically significantly more likely to have post-graduation career success from the career outcome standpoint. And a lot of that has to do with this next slide. Still looking at internships based on ethnicity, the paid but also the full-time job conversion. The vast majority of our students who have an internship overall are telling us that at the end of that internship, it led to a full-time job offer. Even if they are going into their senior year, as an example, because again, we're looking at undergraduate data here. As they're going into their senior year, they had a great summer internship at an organization that they really want to work for. A lot of those students are receiving full-time job offers even if they don't begin until the following summer after they graduate. Employers are really looking at internships as that onboarding pipeline for their students. It's almost like a training as you go type of deal. And so that's why this is really important. When you look at the paid internship experiences, for the most part, it's relatively stable across the board. But look at the Asian and Asian American students. 90% of them who stated that they had an internship also had at least one paid internship. Whereas, again, we look at our Black and African American students this year from this cohort, only 74% stated that that is the case. We do know that there's some disparities as well between paid and unpaid internships when it comes to the type of internships within particular industries a student wants to work in, and we don't make any value judgments based off of that. The real question is, are they able to afford to have access to the opportunities that they want to go into? And that's the real question. But then, of course, as you look at some of the students that have higher percentages of paid internships, you also tend to see higher percentages of those reporting full-time job offers post those experiences. One of the other things that we are trying to do with this particular question as well, especially as it relates to unpaid internships within the nonprofit area, as a university, we are committed to bridging the gap between students who want to work in these community-oriented organizations and this question around pay. So things like the Rutgers Scarlet Service internship program, as an example, is a way that the university actually pays about 135 students $5,000 to participate in nonprofit organizations over the summers from an internship standpoint. And again, this is really, really critical because we know that internship participation beyond just the job offer conversion rate is also great to help students develop the skills and the competencies that employers state that they're going to need in order to be successful in their post-graduation pursuits. Breaking it down by gender, again, very equal when it comes to male and female students, stating that they had at least one internship. But when you look at the paid internship experience, and you'll also notice this when we get to the full-time piece as well, there are disparities between the genders when it comes to paid and unpaid. And finally, when you're looking at Pell status, for our Pell eligible students, you'll notice that there is a significant difference between our Pell students when it comes to paid internships and unpaid internships. And that's something that we want to kind of keep an eye on and dig a little deeper to find out, well, why is that? For some of our Pell students, because they are supported financially here at the university, they might find that they don't necessarily need a paid internship. They might want to, for example, work in a nonprofit area that cannot pay or is legally unable to pay. We don't know. But it could also be a case that they also need to pay more. So the thing is, we just don't know what the answer to that question actually is, and we have to look a little further into it.
So we talked about retention rates, and we saw some differences there. Some groups doing better than others, certainly. Then we're going in, and again, same thing. Differences, though, and necessarily who is doing the best, and necessarily who might be a bit lower. Now let's see how that kind of plays into graduation rates, because I think, obviously, if you're not retained, you don't come back for year 2. It's really hard to get to year 4 into graduation. But also, if you're not participating in internships, if you're not moving through those, I think it also means that you're less likely to graduate maybe in 4 years as well. So how does this kind of hold up? If you remember from the retention slide, our Asian students had the highest first-year retention, and they have the highest 4-year graduation rate. That makes sense. Our group then, though, that was the lowest, as far as retention was our Latinx students. They're not the lowest here. Who is the lowest? It's our Black African American students, which were not nearly as low when it came to their retention rate. They were at 93%. But when it comes to the actual 4-year graduation, significantly lower. And that's just, again, things that you have to make sure you're seeing the whole picture and not just thinking about how students are doing in year 1. Will talked about that. It's a group that is participating less in internships. And now we're seeing that at the 4-year mark. And again, a lot of times graduation, we are looking actually 6 years out because, especially with the needy population, we know not every student's able to graduate in 4 years. We're obviously making a lot of strides and really focusing on trying to get students through here in 4 years, but just seeing that there are these differences. And again, just because there was success in year 1, is that necessarily translating all the way to year 4 into graduation? And Will's going to talk a little bit more about after graduation. The answer is not necessarily. If you remember, when we looked at our those identified as male versus female, almost exactly even when it came to first-year retention rate. When it comes to graduation rates, our females are graduating at a much higher rate in 4 years. Significantly higher, 73% versus just under 65%. That's a significant difference between those two groups. And again, they start out after year 1, they're all, seem like they're doing basically the same, but our females happen to be graduating at a much higher rate. What does that mean for graduation and success things? We're going to learn about that in a second. But again, this is the first one where I think we start out the same and then suddenly see things very different. It's important to make sure we're taking a look at that. Finally, again, our Pell students were being retained at just a little bit lower rate than our non-Pell students. 4-year graduation, those numbers, again, they shift. Our students who are non-Pell graduating at, again, 73%, just under 62% for our Pell recipients. So again, as we get to that 4-year mark, what happens? Why are things shifting so much? If things were holding pretty true and pretty steady from year 1 to year 2, what's happening? What do these students need to continue to receive from us to get them to be a little bit more in line when we get to year 4?
And then looking at that career outcomes percentage, breaking it down by ethnicity, again, relatively stable across most of our ethnic groups here. The one exception, which we see every single year, is our international students who, again, have additional challenges to full-time employment. So if you recall from the internship slide and also from some of the data that we know, those internships tend to be very important predictors to post-graduation career outcome success. And so if you have a population that has lower internship participation, the chances that they will find full-time employment within 6 months is that much lower. And also for our international students too, they have to go through the visa process. While many of our students continue to use their OPT, and if they're in a tech field or going into a tech field or come from a tech academic program rather, they can utilize their optional practical training a little bit longer than our non-tech students. But for some of our employers, there's so many misnomers about what it means to hire an international student. Some of our employers do it extremely well. EY, also known as Ernst & Young, as an example, when they hire a student, an international student, into a full-time job, they not only assign them a special recruiter that can help them acclimate to the company, but they also assign them an immigration attorney to help them go through the process of acquiring their citizenship and their visa in many cases as well. When you're looking at gender, again, relatively even between our female and our male identifying students, which is always great to see. However, let's get to Pell first. Our Pell students actually have a slightly higher post-graduation career outcomes percentage than our non-Pell students. But this year we actually decided to combine the slides for average debt and salary to hopefully show you a fuller picture between the two comparisons. So from a salary standpoint, just so you know, we're focusing on the median starting salary, not the average. So we are taking out many of those heavy swings that we've seen in the past because of the averages. But when you're looking at median starting salary, for the most part, for our Asian American students, you're seeing $80,000. For the median starting salary. For our Black and African American students, you're seeing $76,000. But just based off of the way the slide is set up here, you do see a dip. What's actually surprising for many folks who look at this slide is that our white and Caucasian students actually have a lower median starting salary than our other student populations, with the exception of our Hispanic and Latino students.
And the highest average debt at the time of graduation. That's a big difference. And again, looking at the Asian students, you're seeing, that difference in $15,000 versus $25,000. How much longer it's going to take you to pay back your loans when you have $25,000 versus debt versus $15,000 worth of debts, especially when you're starting, salaries are so significantly different as well. Again, just showcasing that each group breaks a little bit differently when you look at it.
When you're breaking it down by gender, this slide is a continued trend that we're seeing between our female and our male identifying students. with our male identifying students having a larger median starting salary than our male students. And we've seen this for about 5 years now. If you go beyond this data, when you look at national trends regarding salary expectations, that's where you really start to see some disparities between our male and female identifying students. Even if going into the same fields, our female identifying students tend to have lower salary expectations going into the salary negotiation process. So many of our campus partners have been doing a great job, like our Douglas Bold Leadership Program. They actually have hosted in the past offer negotiation workshops for their students. Because again, if you're going into a negotiation expecting a lower salary and asking for less compared to your male counterparts, the employer is going to give you less.
And just make sure we take a moment to look at this and look at this difference, dramatic difference in average school debt. Remember, our females are graduating in 4 years at a significantly higher rate than their male counterparts, but they're getting a lower salary and on average have more than twice the amount of debt at the time of graduation. Lots of things to look into there. I don't know the answer to that. If the question is going to be why is that, I don't have that answer yet. This one was one where I think Will and I both looked at each other and were like, whoa, that's a number that kind of hits you out of nowhere. Because again, when we talk about average debt, it's a number we're generally just talking about the entire university. But you have to dive in a little bit deeper to start to see that there are these significant differences. And you're like, why are they graduating on time, not getting paid as much, and have twice as much debt? Well, how is that working out? So there's an answer in there. We got to kind of figure that out. But that was one of the most interesting things I'd say that came out of this study for us. Oh.
And when we look at our Pell status, again, relatively even, but there is a slight $3,000 difference between our Pell eligible students and our non-Pell eligible students. And of course, as Marco has also been pointing out, the average debt, considering our Pell students have additional resources that are focused on the fact that they are Pell eligible, helps to bring down their average debt. But still, we're looking at some potentially significant differences here.
Our Pell students, again, tend to be New Jersey students. If you're a Pell recipient, you're generally also going to be a recipient of the TAG grant, which is the New Jersey State grant. When you're getting Pell and TAG and the additional assistance you get from the university, those are the students who really get the most concrete and most comprehensive financial aid packages. Students who just miss out on Pell also are just missing out on TAG usually. And then even if they are getting aid from Rutgers, it's often, especially back then, before Scarlet Guarantee, these students were often having, missing a lot and having to take a lot more out on loans. So that's not overly surprising to see, just because our Pell students do tend to be packaged with the federal, with state aid and Rutgers aid that really creates that better package for them. So observations, again, just kind of recapping some of what we talked about. When we look at our groups, while there are strong first-year retention rates overall, we are seeing, again, that our Latinx students, for whatever reason, are being retained at a lower rate. This is something that really lags behind all the other groups. Internship participation is another thing as well. Our four-year graduation rates, specifically for not only our Latinx students, but our Black African American students, are also lower compared to their counterparts. So that's just, when we take a look at the totality here and try to look at the groups across and see where the differences are, those are the main takeaways we would say, specifically to ethnicity.
From a gender perspective, there are some key strengths here. First and foremost, the first-year retention rates being relatively equal between the two genders. However, strong participation internship rates, relatively even, and positive career outcomes percentages are relatively equal based on that career outcomes definition. But there are certain things that we are continuing to keep an eye on. Again, the lower paid internship rates for our female students is an 11 percentage point gap there. For our male four-year graduation rates, this year it actually lags by about 8.3 percentage points. And then that whole debt to salary ratio, that imbalance for our female graduates. We're gonna get this.
Yes.
Hold on, got it?
You give two of us clickers at the same time, that's what happens. Again, looking at Pell students, strong career outcomes, But, and then their balanced debt to salary, again, we do like that while their salary might not be as high as the non-Pell, at least their debt is a bit lower. But certainly challenges when it comes to retention, when it comes to graduation, internship participation, some significant gaps there. Certainly work to be done. It's one of the things where I think there is great work we can do to support these students, but often their needs might go beyond what we can, help. We just, we have to do the best we can to support these students. Some things might be beyond our control. That doesn't mean there's not opportunities to support this group. Okay, now we're going to talk about grad. Again, I want to be very clear when it comes to graduate students, unfortunately, the amount of data that we have at our fingertips is a bit less than the undergraduate. So if you are someone who works exclusively with graduate students, we wanted to make sure we gave you something, so we gave you as much as we could here. But if you're looking at it and saying this isn't as comprehensive as at the undergraduate level, it's true. But there's only so much we can do because there's only so much data that we have, unfortunately, when it comes to graduate students. First, just want to kind of take, again, a look here. Again, significant difference at the undergraduate level. As I mentioned, we talked about this first-year students, very evenly split when it came to gender identity. At the graduate level, almost 2/3 of our incoming graduate students are those who identify as female. Small percentage being those non-binary, and about 35%, just under 35%, those who identify as male. Very different, very, very different than at the undergraduate level. Breakdown, again, when it comes to race and ethnicity, we see a significantly, or roughly the same percentage of white Caucasian students in this, but the other groups, there's certainly more diversity being seen, especially, we go from about 30% of our undergraduate incoming first-year students being Asian. In the graduate level, it's only about 11%. Also, international, you'll see here 20%, basically double what you saw at the undergraduate level, 20% of our graduate students here are international students. So again, just a little bit here about the diversity of the group. I want to turn it over to Will to talk about internships.
Yeah, this is where I step out of the boy band and become my own single singer here. We do have a lot of data when it comes to career outcomes. And again, that's thank you to many of our partners who share our surveys with their students when they're graduating. So from an internship standpoint, as you can imagine, overall internship participation rates are lower compared to the undergraduate level. For many of our graduate students, they have other fieldwork types of experiences that they're participating in outside of internships. But you'll see for the most part, relatively stable, except, again, when you get to our white and Caucasian students, it's a little bit surprising for some that they actually have a lower percentage participation rate when it comes to internship participation. When you're looking at this question of, again, a paid experience and full-time job offers, our international students at the graduate level actually have higher percentage rates of paid internship participation. Compare that to the undergraduate level that we talked about earlier for that population. And our Asian and Asian American students also have a pretty high participation rate at the graduate level compared to their other peers. When you're looking at the full-time job offers, in this particular case, international students actually have a higher full-time job offer conversion rate than their peers, unlike at the undergraduate level. And looking at gender, again, relatively solid between male-identifying and female-identifying students when it comes to reporting at least one internship that they participated in. But again, when you get to whether or not it was a paid experience or an unpaid experience, the difference between our male-identifying students and our female-identifying students is certainly significant. And that full-time job offer conversion rate also shows that as well. One of the things, too, I want to point out with this slide when it comes to paid experience, certainly it also depends on what types of employment opportunities our students are going into, whether it's more of a helping profession. As we know, unfortunately, the median starting salaries and also the internship pay rates are a lot lower. And that's typically what you will see across the board with a lot of our nonprofit organizations, because they do not have a lot of laws that require them to pay their interns. So many of them either can or choose not to for a variety of reasons. And then looking at that career outcomes percentage, again, the career outcomes percentage includes those who are employed, it includes those who were accepted into a program of continuing study, or they are volunteering or participating in military service. So at the graduate level, looking at the red bars, once again, you see relatively even post-graduation career outcomes rates with the exception of our international students for all the reasons that we spoke about at the undergraduate level. But you can also break it down too, which we will do in a future slide, in a couple of slides, where we're looking at the actual employment information versus the schooling information versus the volunteer and military information. When it comes to their preferred choice activity, though, again, relatively even with the one exception of this unknown other. I should also point out that unknown other, that N is relatively small compared to the rest of the ethnicities for all of our reporting. And looking at gender, as far as, again, career outcomes percentages, our female-identifying students actually report a higher percentage when it comes to post-graduation career attainment compared to the male counterparts. But then when you get into the preferred activities, it's relatively even with 82 and 80% between the two. And median starting salary. Again, I told you this is my debut for my solo album. We have a lot of information regarding salary, median starting salaries, but again, you can see our international students, for those who actually acquire full-time employment, they have higher starting rates when they're looking at their peers with 80,000. And between gender, again, you do see that gender disparity when it comes to the median starting salaries at the graduate level, just like you did at the undergraduate level.
So, he let me back into the band for just a little bit longer. Wanted to talk about for your graduation rates. Again, now we just want to do a couple of slides as we come to the end here. Again, we're going to open things up for questions in just a second. But just, again, trying to tell the story and how things have changed over time. For your graduation rates, this is everything from our entering first year class in fall 2015 through fall 2019. Now, you're saying to yourself, Marco, you just told us all these numbers about the fall 2020 class. The official OIR approved four-year graduation rate has not been officially released, so I couldn't put that on the screen. Anyone in from OIR here? No? Okay, it's going to be like 68%. I can't put that on the screen. It's not on the slide or anything, but it's going to be 68%, which is great. This is all exciting stuff. Again, it's been very consistent. The thing I think I'm most excited about is if we're back here next year doing this again, is next year's class, the entry class of fall 2021. That was the first time we went test optional, and we'll have our first cohort of students and their first potential graduation rate. Now, I'm going to preface this for those of you who can't wait to come back next year to hear about this because you're so excited about this data already. It's the first cohort. We were definitely still finding our way, how we were going to manage the admissions process. These students were still going through COVID. There's still a lot going on, so I don't know exactly what it's going to look like. Nobody does. We'll find out later this year, and we'll have the opportunity to talk about that next year. But it's going to get exciting. I think it's going to be something to really kind of look at, see how that changes things, how that might change things when it comes to for-year graduation rates by ethnicity, by Pell percentage, by gender, lots of different things that it's going to be exciting to kind of look at with that big change. And every year, as we build into that, we're going to get to see how that goes. Also get to see, in a few years, 6-year graduation rates, which again is another thing that's something that we're really excited to kind of look at because that's generally what we're judged on is our 6-year graduation rate.
And from a career outcome standpoint, this is the slide I was referring to earlier where you can actually see the breakdown between employment, the continuing education, and the volunteer military service. But that blue bar, that first blue bar, will show you the trends. And we have had an upward trend. Last year, we actually hit our peak over a 12-year period. That was the first time that we hit 89% as an overall career outcomes percentage. But this particular year, which again is the class of 2024, and this is both at the undergrad and the graduate level, we are now down to 84%. But again, when you compare us to other institutions, Research One institutions, we tend to fare a little better than what you see across the nation. We haven't received the national data yet. We won't get that until the fall in order to compare. But it is a continued trend that we not only look at. But also you'll see this year, one of the other things that we notice is the slight uptick in the percentage of students who decided to continue their studies. So whether that's a grad program, a doctoral program, a certificate program, or whatnot, compared to previous years. And we continue to think that that trend will continue to increase as long as the economy is doing what it does. This is right around when the tech organizations were laying off employees and instituting hiring freezes. And for this year, for the students who graduated this past summer and who are still looking for jobs through the 6-month process, the federal government hiring freeze is already causing some challenges with potential post-graduation placement.
And now it's time for questions. Oh.
Testing. Okay. Thank you so much for that overview. You did a really great job of synthesizing a lot of data in an easy to follow format, so I wanted to commend you on that. My technical question is you know, as we have more and more folks who identify with multiple races / ethnicities, I'm just curious how they're counted in these. So if you have, for instance, someone who identifies as Hispanic and white, like myself, where would I fall?
So, and I think that's an evolving conversation. Especially, you know, for years Asian was looped in together. Now we're trying to, you know, provide more opportunities for that. Traditionally, if you identify as more than one race, it does go into this other category because we don't want to put you into one particular bucket and not another bucket. So the other category, I'm trying to remember, Will, the last time we had that on a slide, unknown other, that's where those students would fall. Again, as Will mentioned, the N tends to be smaller with that group. But I think, again, that's a group that I've seen at least trending. It is getting larger. Although it is still smaller numbers, they are getting larger over time.
And I should also say that from the post-graduation data that we provide, we use the labels that we receive from admissions and from the registrar's office, so they do match. Thank you.
Time for just one more question, so we'll finish here with you, Darnell.
Okay. Great information. I really appreciate that. My question is also in the same vein, right, in thinking about gender, right? And I know in our admission processes and things like that, there's not necessarily an ability for us to include or gather the data for our trans and non-binary folks, right, who are applying to our university. How are we able to kind of potentially use that? And I know that you're collecting this data longitudinally, right? And so, like, how are we able to kind of also be thoughtful, creative, whatever that strategy might look like, to collect that data around the success of our trans and non-binary students too as well?
Yeah, so unfortunately we couldn't go back and get that information, but now we do collect it. So on the application, it's, you know, and there's a lot of reasons. First, we do ask for legal sex at birth, but then, you know, we do ask gender identity, has different options, has another for, if you don't identify any of those listed there, you can type in however you identify. So in the future, we gotta go, I think it's 2022 or 2023 was the first year we reached that step. We'll be able to talk about that and have that considered. We're just, unfortunately, not there yet, but we're getting there, Darnell. We are getting there.
And you'll notice on the slides too that we had, for graduate students as an example, we can report on non-binary because we started to see some of that data come through because it's a smaller period of time that the data was being collected. But for our undergraduate students, we're just not quite there yet. But once they graduate, we will then have access.
So you got to keep coming to this session because there's cool things coming in the future.
So I thought we only had time for one question, but there was a very quick response there. And so I see pink and purple from you, Troy, and I really can't say no. So I'm going to go ahead, let you go ahead.
You can also join the band. I just want you to know you got the perfect colors on to join us up here on stage next time.
I planned it this way.
There we go.
So I'm interested, of course, in the intersection of race, ethnicity, gender, identity, and like Pell Grants and all these things. So can you analyze it at that level where you're breaking it down according to that? Because I suspect there'd be vastly different responses, right?
Absolutely. Some of the ends will get very small, and if we're going to do that, I think we'll probably have to look at multiple years data together. Otherwise, I mean, depending how specific you get, there might only be a handful of students who fall into a particular category. But can we get that granular? Yeah, and if that's something we want to look into, that's so much about Will and I talk about. Like when we are talking about this conversation, it's getting away from just looking at things in a blanket way. You have to drill down. If we talk about we want to get our four-year graduation rate up from 71% to 75%, well, you need to see where the gaps are, and you need to get really granular in what those look like. So what you're saying is exactly what we feel we need to be doing, and the more that people want us to dive into specific groups like that, we can do that. The only thing I say is sometimes the groups are really, really small, and then it's up. Yes, that's it. Yeah.
And I'll say the nice thing about this partnership as well is that they can pull students, provide us with the RUIDs, and then we can then pull that post-graduation survey data relatively easy at that point. It's just a matter of identifying the students that we want to pull data on, and we can make it happen.
All right, I do think this will be the actual last question. So please
Thank you for
talking faster than I thought you would.
Thank you for giving me a minute for it. Thank you so much for the presentation. Will, I think, mentioned some strategies to address like negotiation and things like that. I wonder how the data is used in admissions, especially the debt data, the inequities in time to graduation, how you activate and make policies around that.
These are the things we're talking about. I mean, so much, I mean, admissions, our job is to bring students. We want to bring the very best to come here. To do that, we need to convince them that a Rutgers education has value, that they're going to be able to graduate on time, although obviously many of the reasons they might not graduate on time go beyond what happens here at Rutgers. We have worked very closely with our friends in the Office of Financial Aid. They do a lot of programming called Scarlet Sense, which is about understanding financial aid packaging, understanding loans, understanding what it means to graduate with $10,000 versus debt versus $25,000 with debt. We look at it as though we have to educate people on what they're getting into. It's the honest part of what we do. Students choose to do what they're doing. We also have seen, in the last couple of years, an increase in our Pell students being out of state, which is a scary thing because we know they're not going to have the full funding, and often are students who need to take on more debt. So communicating to students about this, and if we don't do a good job of making sure students understand it, and we don't make sure that we're keeping the amount of debt as low as it possibly can be, then graduating from Rutgers means, oh, I have all this debt. That's going to get harder and harder to convince students Rutgers is the place for them. So it's absolutely something we're thinking about every day and working on. The good thing, as Will mentions, there's a lot of positives that we talk about. And the average starting salary is amazing, especially in so many of our programs. So we have to tell that complete story. But I think our work with financial aid really does address the whole graduate on time, you're going to have less debt. What does that mean? Because we talked about here about debt at 4 years. If you stay for a 5th year, that average amount of debt goes up. That's so much what we do. Plus, you're missing out on a year of income towards your future and all those different things. So yes, this is what we're doing, and it's so important, so critical.
Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause.
Yeah.
Thank you. As I've made my way back up to the stage, again, let's just give another round of applause. I love the idea of being able to look at student outcomes and really be able to talk about it. It's important to have like anecdotal data. It's important to have stories of student success, but to actually be able to see where are the areas in which we've made progress in an objective way, I think it's really important. And so as we transition into some spotlights on where some of the programs that are existing around campus to be able to contribute to the progress that's happening in the student success space, in this general overall success space. I'd like to draw your attention to our first session, which is called Progress in Practice. And so this first one is about zeroing in on communities. So we just heard a lot of really beautiful data explained so well, eloquently from folks who are dressed fabulously well with their matching outfits. I love it. I want to draw some attention to these pink on pink ties and pocket squares. But I wanted to also let us think a little bit more about zeroing in on communities. So this afternoon, or this morning rather, as we transition into the afternoon, we're going to have a spotlight now and a spotlight later. Right now, we're going to hear from some folks related to faculty and staff initiatives, student initiatives, but also the ways in which we're affirming communities. So first, I'd like to bring to the stage Ms. Jakasia Wiley, our Acting Associate Vice Chancellor for Educational Equity. She's going to come and share a little bit more about educational equity initiatives, but also specifically about our Paul Robeson Success Institute and our cohort programs, Cooperman and Posse. So let's give her a round of applause as she comes.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. It's great to be in community with you today. So as stated, my name is Jakasia Wiley. Currently, I'm serving as our Acting Associate Vice Chancellor for Educational Equity. So, what is educational equity? The first thing I wanted to do is just share our mission. And with our mission, our goal is to provide academic, social, cultural resources and support from a pre-collegiate to a graduate school perspective. So we support our communities, our undergraduate students, our high school students, as well as supporting our students for life after graduation and empowering them to be lifelong citizens and engaged professionals. So how do we do it and where do we start? Number one is very important for our team members and for us to be inclusive as leaders. So we do participate in ongoing training, definitely within this last month, with a lot that has been going on within our news. But our goal is to understand what we know and what we don't know, and highlight that there are blind spots as it comes to working with our students, understand those gaps, and become more aware so we can advocate not only for ourselves, but for our students, their families, and the communities in which we work to eliminate any obstacles to ensure academic success. And then, of course, we must do so from an equity mindset perspective, because as we serve our students, we must have this critical eye that allows for us to identify and break down some of these obstacles to keep our students going. And then, most importantly, something that's very big for us is the advocacy. One thing for sure, it's all about advocacy and impact, and we are uniquely placed in spaces where we have the opportunity to be a voice for our students sometimes in spaces where they're not able to. So whether that is on administrative front, whether it is talking with our congressional leaders, or whether it is opening up programming and opportunities to support them in unique ways. So how do we do that? We do it through our educational equity group. And this is just a preliminary basis, so everyone is aware if you're unsure. We do have our community engagement, which Brian discussed earlier today regarding the Collaborative Center. We have pre-college initiatives that focus on our pre-college mentoring, as well as our upper bound math science programs, college success with our Paul Robe Success Institute, Thrive Student Support Services, our cohort initiatives with our Cooperman and Posse programs, as well as do some PhD preparation with our Ronald E. McNair Scholars Program. For the basis of this conversation, we're gonna focus on the Paul Robe Success Institute, the Cooperman College Scholars Program, as well as our Posse Scholars. So, we all know who Paul Robeson is. Class of 1919, the third African American to graduate from Rutgers University. So what do? We honor his legacy with a 3-day high-impact program that supports first-generation, first-year, and transfer students, not only from New Jersey, but from across the United States, as well as receiving international support as well. Our 3 bases for our PRSI, as we affectionately call it, is community building, academic support, and overall building support networks for our scholars. So what is our true goal? We work very closely with admissions to identify students who actually are non-EOF eligible, which means they don't have they do not come in to Rutgers University with targeted support systems already. We reach out to them to let them know that they'll have the opportunity to participate in a range of community building experiences. They'll get a jump start on understanding our faculty and professor expectations, but most importantly, we identify key departments like our One-Stop Center, our Success Institute, our Youth First Alliance to support our students and strengthen their educational success. Now, I wanted to share some data just over the past 3 years, so you can see just a little bit about the students we work with and where they come from. They come from every school affiliation on our campus, on our 5 campuses here in New Brunswick, representing our Honors College. Of course, our large numbers come from the School of Arts and Sciences and our School of Environmental and Biological Sciences. In particular, we yield in terms of our capacity as 350 students at any given time. In 2022, we received 390 applications. We were able to provide in-person support for 299 students. 235 of those students who participated in our early arrival program, which means they live on campus and they had the opportunity to come to campus a few days earlier. 195 were first years, 40 were transfers. We're still in the process of collecting our commuter numbers, but I thought it was very important to note that. 2023, we broke the house, and I mean that in a great way. Our goal still was 300. We received over 617 applications. As a committee, we said, what are we gonna do? We cannot turn any person away. We strategized to go hybrid, and we were able to offer 457 students the opportunity to participate in our program. We also found that our transfer numbers actually went up. That year, we actually received 115 transfer applications, but 88 successfully participated in our institute. And for that year, our commuter numbers actually shot up to 46. I wanted to make a note for 2024. This past year, Rutgers, or just our landscape on financial aid in general, calls for later deadlines in declaring where students are setting their school. So our numbers from 23 to 24 were slightly lower. However, our impact was still greatly appreciated amongst our students. Our transfer numbers did increase, which caused us to strengthen our transfer track, but actually look a little bit more closely at our commuter scholars, because we noticed that between 23 and 24, we are losing our commuters in a way, and we do not want that to happen. What do we do, and how are we successful with our students, and how do we grasp our numbers? We have a pre-institute, and we work very closely with our Thrive Student Support Services team to identify undergraduate and graduate student mentors. We currently range between 30 to 35 students who participate in virtual monthly sessions between July and August to support our incoming students. We also have an early arrival mentor program where students get the opportunity to meet their mentors. We have a social activity. The past few years, Rutgers Cinema has been our home, but we never know what this upcoming year may look like. Now, what is the nuts and bolts? For our institute, which is in person, we have a premise of 3 themes that we go over each day. Day 1, we're discovering their hidden advantage. We are collectively building community. We're working with our campus partners like the Social Justice on Building Inclusive Communities. We're working with our learning centers. We're working with our Dean of Students and Advocacy Support offices, because that 15+ is very important, and we want to ensure that our students have what they need to be successful. So we're empowering their inner scholar. We're providing them with a variety of networks that they have access to that they don't realize. Yes, they all participate in new student orientation. However, this is an extra reminder, some more support, some more tangible hands-on experiences. Based on those numbers I showed you earlier, especially for our class of 2023, we had to do something. When I say we had to do something, it's more than just 3 days. We have to have more touch points so we continue post-institute. Post-institute, we do bi-monthly check-ins where our scholars can come to campus, or we do invite them to our home here on Livingston campus in Lucy Stone Hall through a range of hours and activities in our space. But we coordinate and we co-sponsor workshops. We work with the Office of Distinguished Fellowships. We work with Study Abroad. Our best friends and cousins is Thrive Student Support Services. But our goal is to ensure our students are successful, we retain them, and we ensure that they graduate. And like everyone, Canvas is our best friend as our immediate way and form of contact in terms of sharing out information with our students. And this, y'all missed out this year, but next year we'll see you. This is actually one of the pictures on our 2nd day of our Paul Robeson Institute on the College Avenue campus. Now, what I want to do is talk about our cohort programs. We have our Cooperman Scholars Program in particular. If anyone can recall, July 2020, we officially went into a formal partnership with the Cooperman Scholars Program, which is a scholarship program that supports and identifies talented, highly motivated students from the Essex County, New Jersey area. Here at the university, they are well matched with a mentor that they meet with weekly, and they participate in the course and have a series of workshops, networking opportunities, and academic advising support. I want to give you some background since our partnership. Similar to our other programs, our scholars are represented across all fields. So they are highly represented in our honors college, actually the School of Engineering, and Mason roles are huge amongst these students. On average, across all cohorts, our scholars cumulatively maintain a 3.0. This past year, our cohort 2023, they are averaging 3.2. However, 50% of their cohort are on the Dean's list, which is pretty cool. Now, I want to also mention our Posse Scholars Program. We have formally begun our Posse Scholars relationship in fall of 2021. It is a program that supports highly selective students, first years from the Boston, Massachusetts area, in which our scholars receive a full tuition leadership scholarship. They're also paired with a faculty mentor, and they receive hands-on advising, a seminar course, and one-on-one experiences, in addition to a series of academic, social workshops and resources. Where do we find our mentors, or how do we retain our mentors? We work very collectively with the entire university. We host an info session. We work with our faculty advisory liaisons, all of our campus and community partners to ensure our students have the support and the assistance that they need. I want to share a little bit more about our Posse Scholars, because there are tons of fun and a boatload of energy. Our cohort 1, they've completed 5 semesters. 2 are a part of our honors college. They're all in year 3. So we are focused on leadership development. They are studying abroad. They're conducting research. This past year, we actually started our own undergraduate leadership program, since we're approaching our 4th cohort, and they can support their peers. So cohort 1, they're doing amazing, all in leadership. They're also averaging a 3.0 GPA. Our cohort 2, they have officially completed 3 semesters here. 2 are also in the honors college. Most of these students are a part of the School of Nursing as well as the School of Engineering, and we have 2 students that are in the honors college. They are also averaging a 3.0 GPA. Our most recent cohort, they just finished up their fall semester. All 10 of our scholars are honor college scholars. They have a cumulative GPA of a 3.3 this past semester. Most of them are between engineering and undecided. These are our crew. How do Posse, or how do we contribute to our larger community? Every year, between February and March, we have something called the Posse Plus Retreat, where everyone in this room could be considered plussers, where our Posse scholars get to invite a friend, we get to invite university leadership, we can invite whoever our scholars feel as though support them on campus, or who needs to be exposed to more work to support our students. So last year we were in Princeton. Our conversation was about education. It's part of the key. We had about 85 students, 20 faculty and staff, and of course our illustrious president came to join us. This upcoming year, our PPR 2025 will take place in March, and our focus is on connections, resiliency, and joy. So next year I can give you a recap on how that takes place. And the last thing that I want to do is, I want to thank our team. This is our educational equity team. Earlier this year, we had a holiday white elephant party, but all the work that we do, it would not be done without the support of our Thrive Student Support Services team. So I want y'all to stand. I see some of y'all here, please. Our pre-college outreach team is also present. Special shout out to Danielle, our cohort program manager, and always support from our Ronald E. McNair Scholars Program, our coordinator, Tabitha Pierre. But all of our work for educational equity would not be complete, or will not be done without the amazing crew that we have here. And that concludes my section.
Hello? Oh, yeah. I think we have time for a quick question from the folks in the room. Is there a question in the room? If not, we'll transition into our next one. All right, so one more round of applause for Jakasia.
Thank you.
So as we transition into our next spotlight, I think we're, again, zeroing in on different communities. And so I'm going to ask for Dr. Crystal Bedley to come up and share a little bit more about two programs that we have in DICE, which is our Equity Advisors and Research to Practice. So she's going to share and do a little bit of storytelling, introduce you to some folks who are working so diligently with us. And if you could give her a round of applause as she comes.
Introduction. All right, folks who have been freezing in the room with me, folks online whose eyes are probably like I don't know, burning right now. Take a moment, get with me today. See, this is why I like to be up here, because I get to do what I want now that I'm up here. I'm gonna start by just, today is a day where we're focusing on the progress of diversity, and I just want to take a moment and piggybacking off of Jakasia Wiley's presentation to talk about, I just want everybody to know I was a McNair Scholar, a proud McNair Scholar. Yes, McNair. I wouldn't have my PhD if it wasn't for that program, and I wouldn't have finished it if I didn't get to work with the students on this campus to do that work. So, and now we're looking at 20 years later, like I don't mind dating myself, the wrinkles already do, right? So sometimes progress is slow, but a lot can be accomplished, and I'm just one example of that. And we know that the work has to continue in in community, right? Our first panel today was really focused on talking about how important community is and coalition building to advance change. And I feel like that's a lot of the work that the equity advisors do. And so as we continue to sort of point the spotlight and pull back the veil on what the work that happens day in and day out, right? The sort of hours that you all don't get to see, but you if we're fortunate enough to get to see the fruits of our labor, and share more about this particular initiative in the Division of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Engagement. So who is the most important at this point? Who are the equity advisors? And I'm gonna name all of them because I want folks to be able to know who the point people are in their academic schools, right? And in our colleges as well. These are the people who every day are coordinating initiatives. I'm gonna get into the details about more of the work that they do, and many of them are in the room today. So you can give me like a wave when I say your name. I won't make you stand, but get to know these folks that are connected to the spaces that you're in, right? Because while DICE is fortunate enough to centralize and bring this group together, they're the ones in your schools putting on the programming, right? Dealing with crisis when it emerges related to diversity or inclusion topics, right? So getting to know them will only benefit you. So here we go. In no particular order than is when I found their pictures and put them on the slide. We have Dr. Bernadette Gaillard, who is in the School of Communications and Information. And this is good. Yes, thank you for the wave. You all are gonna get the test of how good I am at my Rutgers knowledge 20 years in, right? If I name something wrong, correct me as we go through this. We have Dan Rice, who's located in the back of our room today for the Graduate School of Professional and Applied Psychology. Antoinette Farmer with the School of Social Work. Marshall Jones III in Mason Gross School of the Arts. We have Troy Ropke in our School of Biological and Environmental Sciences. Kimberly Cook Chenault in our School of Engineering. Patty O'Brien Richardson in Edward J. Bousting School of Planning and Public Policy. Darren Clark in our Graduate School of Education, also in the room with us today. Krista Klein in the Honors College, Hazel Ann Johnson Marcus in our School of Management and Labor Relations, Zaire Dinzi Flores, who is also my faculty advisor. This matters, all these connections matter, right? For the School of Arts and Sciences, Evelyn Ehrenrich at our School of Graduate Studies, Nora Hyland, who is a co-equity advisor with Darren in our our Graduate School of Education, Medina El-Amin in Douglas College. And once again, because this work is ongoing and so many of these folks have been serving in these roles this whole time, the smaller pictures are one, so I can get them all on the same slide, but also critical to name the folks who had been a part of this work in an ongoing fashion. So other folks had served as equity advisors in previous iterations. Ron Quincy, Brianna Bivens, Maria Kramer, Tracy Chang, and Eileen Cowler. And so we hope to continue Eileen's legacy. If those who are unfamiliar, she passed a few months ago. But folks who have been so strongly committed to advancing diversity, inclusion, and equity work on campus. And they're just really kind and like folks who want to be there to support all of the work that we do. So if you didn't, so now you know who the players are at the table. What exactly do they do? I mean, you can kind of get a little bit of a sense from their title, but the bullet points I'm going to go through here momentarily reflect conversations that we've had as the roles have grown over the last several years about what does this work look like. And even if I try to provide a comprehensive portrait of the way this work looks on the ground, it's going to be incomplete, right? There's so much that's going to be left unsaid, but just to give you a sort of high-level overview of what they do, right? They're going to be figuring out what are the barriers that are taking place by asking questions and gathering information. They're trying to figure out what the systemic issues are. Are there particular populations that are being affected differently, negatively, right? And then strategizing about what kind of solutions need to be implemented in order to support those populations or to disrupt the bias or bigotry or to change structures, right? So that they are more equitable and inclusive. Right? So some of that is going to happen through coaching and advising, right? Or I've failed to mention thus far, but each of the equity advisors have been appointed by the dean of their school or college. They have a very close working relationship. Most, if not all, work in their dean's office. Just depends on the structure of that particular unit, right? So have that direct access and continued conversation with leadership. I think Dean Lawson showed it really eloquently in our panel discussion this morning, talking about some examples of how her and Troy work together to accomplish these really important goals. They're going to amplify student voices and perspectives, as well as the voices of the faculty and staff in these spaces. They do, we can talk a lot about the ways that Rutgers is decentralized, and I think there's some moments in which we try to have greater centralization. But at the end of the day, a lot of the work in a large bureaucracy that's decentralized is connecting the dots, right? So they're paying attention to all of the different resources that are available across our campus and figuring out how do we connect those supports. One thing that makes Rutgers, for me at least, a really beautiful and wonderful place to work is that, one, I'm in a room with so many outstanding people. I think I know almost everybody in this room today. And I know the ways in which we are all continue to be invested in this work. And because we're highly relational, we know that these connection points help us leverage the resources that exist. There are so many resources here at Rutgers and gaps. I'll be the first to, if you talk to me over coffee, and I'm going to tell you what the problems are. But we can come together and kind of strategize and figure out and bring together, connect those dots so that we can have the highest impact with the resources that are available. So even when we think about ways in which resources are strapped, keep in mind that we have a really robust and the complexity of our institution in this way can actually benefit us as long as we can figure out how to navigate it. So the equity advisors are routinely navigating this space. So I've mentioned they're already thinking about the kind of policies and practices that need to be adjusted. That work of culture change to make it more inclusive and equitable requires an attention to how things are done and the policies that provide the guardrails of the work that we do, right? And finally, they come together as a group on a monthly basis to strategize, to think about how to support one another. You're gonna get some particular examples of that in a few minutes, but just to know that part of the work is actually learning from one another, figuring out how to come together to collaborate, to do something bigger and more impactful. And I truly just feel really blessed routinely that I get to be able to share space with all of them and host a meeting, and then they come with all their brilliance and make it happen. So now you know who they are. You have a little bit better idea of what they do. Actually, let me pause briefly just to say that they're instrumental, so not in Goal 1 of the Diversity Strategic Plan. If we take us back to our opening welcome that Interim Vice Chancellor Butler gave, right? We talked about like how all of our work, so once again, these are like the skeleton or the backbone of the work that we're doing, right, as a diversity strategic plan. And if you're not familiar with it, I highly recommend that you go to the NB Diversity page and familiarize yourself with the 5 priority areas. The first of those is to recruit and retain a diverse community. And you can see how much of the work that has already been shared today is in support of that goal. And it's no surprise then that the equity advisors are really committed to doing that work. You know, they're responsible in particular for ensuring that our faculty search and hiring processes employ evidence-based practices to promote equity, inclusion, and diversity in hiring outcomes. What I mean by that is they are a named group. When you go look at our phase 2 of the diversity strategic plan, we work together really closely to ensure that we are diversifying our faculty, right, so they can better support our student populations. And that's just one step in the many levels of work that is taking place. And more broadly, they're responsible for developing targeted supports for future faculty, right? So they're being attentive to those in the pipeline at all different stages, and how do we ensure that we continue in that work? Okay, so now that you know a bit about, you know who they are, you know what they do, we can really talk about impact. And rather than hear it from me, I'm gonna share how they have talked about it, and then I have the great fortune of bringing one of our amazing equity advisors on stage to speak more in depth about the impact that being an equity advisor has on them personally, and then the impact that they're making within Rutgers and our broader communities. So if you'll indulge me, I'm going to read this first quote from Kimberly Cook-Chenault, once again, the School of Engineering. Being an equity advisor has allowed me to learn from others and garner support in achieving the goals and objectives of this role in our respective units. The community of scholars and leaders has helped me to reimagine the best ways to advance scholarship in our respective disciplines by establishing programs that build community, ignite critical and inclusive thinking and discussion of ideas, and extend access in higher education. Sort of 3 core domains in which being an equity advisor has allowed her to carry out that work. Next, I'm sharing a quote from Krista Klein in our Honors College that shows the ways in which she's leveraged this role to better serve her community. As an equity advisor, I've been provided a space and the grace to process difficult conversations within and beyond my immediate community. It's helped me develop empathy for members of my communities, especially students, and slow down enough to listen to their needs. Outside of Rutgers, my experience as an equity advisor has helped me serve my daughter's school in their school safety and climate team for the K-12 age group. I'm so thankful to be part of the equity advisor team where I can share concerns openly and receive such affirming feedback. The final quote I'll share with you today is by Bernadette Gaillard, who's going to come up very shortly to say more about the impact. Being an equity advisor has sustained me while doing the important but emotionally hard work. Let's say that again. This is not easy, folks. You in the room who've been doing this work, you know it, right? And yet, many of us see it as our life's work. Whether we're doing it in this role or somewhere else, this is the work we've been committed to. But it's not easy. The space has been one of support and care amongst others who get it, which allows me to bring my authentic self and feel seen. As a department of 1 in my unit, it's easy to feel overwhelmed by the enormity of the work. It's vast, you know. I know I'm going off script, but she'll allow me, right? But being an EA has given me a community of colleagues to learn with and from, help facilitate collaborations across campus, and kept me integrated in the larger Rutgers institutional practices so I can be a more empowered leader. And so with that, I'd like to bring her to the stage to share a bit more about the impact.
Thank you, Crystal. Good to see you all today. And I sent this quote probably, like a month ago, 3 weeks or so?
Yeah.
And it still resonates, especially that first sentence about the emotionally hard part of the work, particularly, in this moment we are in now. That is one of the key things that I really appreciate about being an equity advisor, having a group of colleagues who during these stressful times hold space for each other. As Crystal mentioned already, in a large group where we have our monthly meetings, we definitely take time to talk about what's going on, as well as how are we practicing self-care on an ongoing basis. And acknowledging some of the ways that we're not, right? And so that we can do better. But it also happens in one-on-one relationships among us as well, where I have, semester meetings with Dan and others so that we can get together to know each other as people, right? Again, this idea of community in the work, and to support each other with the things that are happening in our schools and units. Also, along this line of community and support, we strategize, we talk about different thoughtful approaches to how to do the work, and so I appreciate that in terms of, again, being a unit of one, that there's a lot of things to serve faculty, staff, and students, and so having others to be thought partners with me in the work, to think about, what it might look like, and to, assess some of the potential obstacles and prepare for those is very helpful in this space. And the other point is around collaboration. Being among the group offers opportunities for us to work together to have even greater impact. So we've all co-sponsored different events for and with one another. Most recently in October for the School of Communication and Information, I hosted the Communicating Diversity Conference, in which we brought grad students from across the university together to talk about to get to know each other, first of all, who are in the DEI space, and then to talk about what that work could look like moving forward. We were also able to bring in Janae Johnson, who is the New Jersey's director of the Office of Equity for the governor. And so it's great to have her here as well and to share with our graduate students. And the equity advisors were helpful in securing co-sponsorship funds to support the event from SAS, GAZAP, SEBS, there's another one I feel like I'm missing, sorry, but that was instrumental for that event happening, and we've done that for others as well. And then also we created a presentation for graduate students around how to understand community engaged scholarship and the social implications of their work as well, right? And so we did that once in our STEM and our SEBS, with our SEBS graduate students, led by Troy, and we're looking forward for other opportunities to be able to bring that to other locations as well. So it's a great group of people, I think that's most important, great group of people, and then also, it's also really nice to be able to reflect on the impact of our work, both for me personally and then also in the university. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Will you stay with me for questions? Oh, yeah. Yes. Thank you for sharing those insights. I left my, I don't have the time, so I'm looking at my timekeeper here. Any
Yes,
questions for us about the Equity Advisor initiative?
Please. If there are some in the room, I guess I'll be your runner for today, but if there are any questions in the room. What about on Padlet? No? All right, so I think you can transition into the next talk. Thank you.
Thanks for making me feel like that was really clear. I feel like the work is not as clear, so good. If that high-level overview did it, glad it did. You can always follow up with any additional questions that come to mind. Still Crystal, still here with you all, talking about the Research to Practice program. So we launched this program in DICE, in the Tyler Clementi Center for Diversity Education and Bias Prevention, in the fall of 2022. Part of the inspiration behind this work was my former work with the ARC Network and Equity in STEM Brain Trust, and thinking about the ways in which scholars can bolster their practitioner mindset. So some folks have been doing this well for a long time, don't get me wrong, but there are a lot of scholars who can think about how to translate their scholarship into practical tools for our community. And I knew that we could harness the creativity, the cutting edge research, the innovation that happens across our institution to support diversity, equity, justice, access aims if we could provide some structure in order to do that. So that's how the Research to Practice program sort of formed in its early stages. This program, let's see here, there we go, is a cohort-based program, which means that it's really a relatively small group that we bring together every academic year. We kick off in September, we wrap up in April, roughly. Sometimes our projects take a little bit longer to get to completion. And we meet monthly to really talk about that translational work that needs to happen. So we have all of this great scholarship, but then how do we come up with like tips for how to implement that research? So I'll talk in a moment here about all of the different projects, but it's about coming together on this monthly basis to work on this developing educational tool that's designed for our community. And you'll see more, like I said, in a moment here about what those tools are. It's also worth noting that the Research to Practice program advances both the academic master plan, Pillar 1, which is to elevate the scholarly leadership of intellectual communities that support the diverse populations within Rutgers, the nation, and the world, and advances the diversity strategic plan, priority number 3, to promote inclusive scholarship and teaching by building an intellectual community, right, focused on diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice research and praxis. And so you'll hear a bit more about the community building piece when I bring one of our fellows up in a few minutes. So we'll save that thought for now and go with me on the projects that have been completed through the program. So not sure how difficult it is to see, but I wanted to give credit where credit is due, and I want to talk to you about each of the tools that have been developed, because part of our work is to continue to disseminate this information. So if something here looks interesting to you, I'm not trying to be big on selling things, but we maintain a Research to Practice library where these educational tools are housed, and we're happy to share them with you, as well as the research that inform the particular tools in development. All of the scholars, scholar practitioners, I'll call them, provide a white paper, a 3 to 5 page introduction to the topic. So if you are a nascent researcher interested in exploring some of the topics, we give you this entree into learning a bit from the experts about what each of these topics represent. Then you have access to the tool, and many of our scholars are very interested in engaging with folks across campus around the tools that they have developed. So without further ado, once again, in no particular order, just the way my brain organized the information. In our first cohort, we had a workshop that was focused on helping educate faculty and staff in particular around gender diversity, equity, and inclusion. So building some competency within higher education. Folks who are in the Graduate School of Education may remember that this session was hosted for the GSE that academic year, and then we were able to provide a larger platform across New Brunswick at the Inclusion Summit the following academic year. A favorite, these are all really great projects in different ways. I'm saying a favorite right now because Crystal needs some centering. And so the yoga tools for realizing inclusiveness was such a innovative project where Tracy Chang was able to, so Tracy Chang is like, I don't know what the right language is, but like a certified yogi, is an actual yogi, has gone through the practice of, and was thinking about, well, how do I share and integrate some of the strategies I've learned from being a yogi into classroom spaces, right? And had been doing research to show the impact of integrating mindfulness practices into the classroom towards student success. And so developed this whole workshop that bridged these two seemingly very desperate world into a synthesis with some particular tools and strategies, honoring where they came from, not appropriating, right? But talking through the actual, like, why these practices matter, and then sharing these breathing exercises and mindfulness strategies, and then talking through how they could be implemented in the classroom. We also, when we talk about taking a village, I think our next project is a testament to that. The roles and responsibilities of how faculty can address student basic needs and insecurities at Rutgers. There are fabulous researchers, Kara Cute and Steph Brescia, who had been doing research on basic student needs. And just yesterday, we know that our Basic Student Needs Center, am I saying that right, Carrie? How does it say it for me? Thank you. Basic Needs Center had its official ribbon cutting. And so if you're not familiar yet, I highly encourage folks, yeah, kudos to that. So sort of these transitions over time. So they were initially talking about, hey, faculty, here's the ways that you can support our students. So we have that work happening in tandem with the build out that was happening in student affairs to grow the resources available, and a strong partnership where they came together to do a fireside chat with our assistant dean for basic student needs. And so folks could really just better understand the sort of the needs that actually exist, and most importantly, the supports available on campus, and what you can do as a faculty and staff member to support and address and identify and connect to resources, right? And our next project, Partnering for Social Change, Building Academic Industry and Community Equity-Centered Ecosystems. In this, Hajar Shirley created a guidebook for folks who are interested in building partnerships with corporations, foundations, and other agencies. Haj has done incredible work around this, some of it a seed grant through our Idea Innovation Grant program. And so I was like, oh, you have to share how you actually get around to building these partnerships. I know many faculty and staff across Rutgers who are interested in building those partnerships. So even if you want a how-to guide on where to start, how to find value alignment, how to then pick the projects and move forward, you can check out that particular resource. Reducing the Novice Expert Perceptions Gap in Mathematics to Increase Diversity STEM Guidebook will be spoken about in detail in a few minutes, so I'm going to keep you in anticipation of that particular guidebook and the impact that it's having. You'll hear more shortly, I promise. Applying Design Justice for Equitable College Classrooms, an instructional decision workbook, is exactly what it sounds like. If you're interested in incorporating design justice, this is ensuring that folks have a voice in the construction of your course and course content. This workbook will help you think through different elements, from how you draft your syllabus to how you engage with students in the course content creation, right? Really straightforward, thoughtful work. Download the guide, fill it out online, or print out a copy and fill it out. And that work was done by Eliza, our wonderful instructional designer team, Eliza Blau and Pauline Carpenter. Last academic year, Dua Moharram also created a wellness wheel for supporting Muslim students. This was geared towards student affairs practitioners, but really anybody who's in a direct service to students role, to better holistically support Muslim students. In addition to the creation of the wheel, Dua pulled together a range of resources so folks can continue their learning around this topic and once again, provide more comprehensive support for our Muslim student population. And finally, of our completed projects is building a lifeline for trans students, a call to action, where San Haggerty created a website that goes through all sorts of ways that you can be more inclusive of your trans student population. So for example, additional resources where you can learn more, practicing with pronouns, right? Like if that's an area where you know you can grow, they pulled together resources where you can practice using different pronouns. They also provided some guidance and tools around how to be respectful and mindful that sometimes our legal name is not our chosen name, and how to carefully and respectfully engage with the information that you receive and gathering information from students so that you can honor them appropriately. So a whole range of resources. And by sharing each of these projects, I hope you're starting to get a clear picture of just sort of the variety of projects that people bring to the table. what they're able to accomplish. And all of this is, once again, tools for all of us in the room, for us online, for our colleagues who aren't able to be here today to use so that we can all continue to engage in this work and have additional resources to support us as we support each other. So with that, I want to now get into the impact piece, but I already was doing it through the way I described each of the projects. Just so you know, there's 21 scholar practitioners who have participated in the program. You know, I mentioned the types of tools that they do, and just to be very clear that all of the projects, and we'll be recruiting soon, so if you're interested or know folks who want to participate in the program for our next academic year, are going to be focused on interrupting bias and harassment, or broadening understandings of diversity, equity, access, belonging, inclusion, right? And finally, advancing intersectional approaches. So if your work touches on any of these topics and you're interested in building something that will be a benefit to our whole community, always looking forward to talk with you more about that. But now, I'm most excited to turn the floor over to one of the most amazing research to practice fellows that I've had the good fortune of working with, Dr. Sheila Tablani, who's going to come up and share about the impact that this program has had, as I mentioned, on her as a professional and the ongoing work that she is committed to doing to help improve math education at Rutgers and beyond. Please come up stage. Sheila even just ran from teaching a math class to be here in person with us today. So grateful. All right, the floor is all yours. There we go. We'll go back. I have to go back to that slide.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sheila Tabanlı. My pronouns are she, her. I would like to thank Crystal for inviting me to be here. This is a beautiful program to be a part of. It really makes you feel that you belong in a domain, a discipline, to become a teacher scholar. So Crystal asked me to reflect on 3 questions, and I would like to read it so I can remind myself how to reflect on it. As Crystal said, I'm coming from a math class, so I'm hyped up to do more math problems. So this is a little bit different comparing to doing math. The first question Crystal asked me is, how did being a research to practice fellow help me grow as a scholar practitioner, or what are the new skills that I acquired? There are so many to count. As Crystal mentioned, we had monthly meetings with like-minded individuals who wants to grow in their scholarly identity. I was the only teaching faculty in that cohort. I was able to collaborate and get to know the research from several individuals who are in instructional designer domain, who are graduate students, master students, PhD students. But we were all interested in the same thing, which means, as we talked about being mindful in what we do, we all identify a gap we see. So in my case, the gap that I identified was the cognitive bias that we experts have called my perception as an expert is not the same as my students' perception. And especially in a demanding subject like mathematics, that perception gap makes some students stay away from math classrooms or STEM fields. And this disproportionately affects, in a negative way, students from marginalized demographics. Just today, I was showing a meme in my class that I did not belong in a picture where identities of mathematicians as if they belong to a certain group of people. I didn't see myself there, so did several of my students. either the gender or the skin or we look like we didn't belong. But thanks to Crystal's program, I felt like I really belonged. So the skills that I acquired was, I'm a teaching faculty. That's what my contract says. So research is something I know that I need to grow more. So I can identify, based on the evidence-based practices, how I can help my students better. So this program enabled me, and thanks to the monetary compensation, by the way, which is another buy-in for those of you who are considering to be a fellow for this program, that I was super motivated and supported. I felt supported to expand my practices based on evidence, not based on the way that I learned it many years ago in Turkey, that's where I'm originally from, but based on the current practice, evidence on how we can help our students. So the cognitive bias I mentioned, I explicitly now share it with my students. I also remind them that I don't have an ability to read their minds, so I give them speak-up points, and I included all the strategies in the guidebook. Crystal mentioned the outcome was 3 to 5 pages. The guidebook, you are going to be able to see with the QR code turned into 47 pages for me. So I think, thank you, Crystal, for being very patient with me. It took a while to complete it, but it's here. So I cannot say that my job as a scholar practitioner is over, because I think the goal of an education institution is to show students that learning is a lifelong purpose, a goal. So this program enabled me to mindfully, intentionally look into the gap that I identified based on the research, based on literature review, and also, by the way, thanks to the support that I received, we were able to recruit students from the historically marginalized groups to hear their insights. We formed a student panel. It wasn't just based on the research, but based on the students' input, how they are feeling, how the practices sometimes we unintentionally put out is making them feel. Based on the student input, how we can reduce this perception gap. So I'm glad that students were compensated. Thank you again, Crystal. All these things, it wasn't about me as a scholar. It wasn't only about the students, but it was the effort between as the program says, research to practice gap. So I cannot say we closed the gap. I think there will always be a gap, but this is an effort to reduce that gap.
Do you want to put the QR?
Yeah.
I think that's the next one. Yeah.
So feel free to scan this. It's, as I mentioned, 47 pages. And I would like to also shout out to Erica Friedman. Erica, thank you for the suggestion. I got the copyright for this intellectual property that I have. So as you can see in the Research to Practice program, we have scholars. We have Rutgers employees, Crystal, Erica, and many others who support us. So we continue to improve as a scholar practitioners. So this is one of the slides. Couple of things I wrote an op-ed on Inside Higher Ed based on the same cognitive bias. And I will be also giving a talk at New York City next month.
Yeah.
Next month.
And that's out of order, right?
And this one. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay here with me for a second, but I think we're going to have to move on.
I'm not going anywhere.
Okay. No time for
Let's, I think from where we are with time, we will pause on the questions.
Yes.
We'll leave this up just so that if you have questions, please feel free to either put them in the Padlet and they can follow up with you later, or you can continue the conversation via email if you're familiar, or during lunch as we have a time to kind of chat and chew a little bit. So I'm going to head up to the stage. And so as we think about progress and continuing to think about talking through specific communities, I think part of it is not just connecting in with faculty and staff, but like thinking about the whole person. And so what does it look like to be able to be supportive of your cultural identity within the context? And so I'm inviting Chris Carey, our Assistant Vice Chancellor for Campus Engagement and Belonging out of Student Affairs, to come and talk a little bit more about C4.
And the crowd goes wild. Yeah. The before lunch session. So thank you for this opportunity to be here. As Dr. Butler said, my role involves engaging our students on campus. And so the team includes the Office of Fraternity and Sorority Affairs, student centers and activities, and our cultural centers. And so really trying to connect students in different ways through organizations, through programming, through physical spaces to help create that sense of belonging among our students. I think it's, as was mentioned this morning, that there were probably a million options for who could present today. And after what has happened since Friday night in certain publications or letters, the ability or the opportunity to highlight our cultural centers seems pretty serendipitous. And so I'm grateful to be the messenger for the work that is done in those spaces and to uplift and appreciate that work. If you know members of cultural centers, teams, professional and graduate staff, I encourage you to reach out to them and show some support. If you don't know them, I encourage you to get to know them, and that way you can appreciate the work that is being done in those spaces. They serve as advisors, they serve as support systems, advocates, champions for students who connect at those spaces, and so it's a real privilege to work with this team. Let's get me off of the screen and get some of them on the screen. For those of you who know our cultural centers, you're aware of their histories and their programs, but for those who are not, we do have 4 centers that are on part of Rutgers, New Brunswick. They provide cultural programming and advisement for student organizations. They provide advocacy work and educational opportunities for students, among other things. Perhaps most importantly, they provide a home for our students. You'll go to these centers and find them filled with students taking a break between classes, enjoying a meal, building community, or just enjoying time with friends. Students go there for support when they've had a bad day, and they go there for celebration when they've had a good day. For many of our cultural centers and the students, these are the spaces where a sense of belonging is at their fullest. And so they do provide an opportunity for any student to engage in addition to the identity missions of the centers. I could go on, I know we're right before lunch, I could go on well past dinner to talk about everything that gets offered out of the centers, and so what I decided to do is take some of the action steps within the diversity plan and key in a little bit on what it is that they do. And so as it relates to increasing the diversity enrollment of our students, there's a lot of work that gets done through the Admitted Student Open House Days, Rutgers Days, school-specific programs where our staff are engaging students who are in their decision-making process to help share how they can find a home on campus. For example, the Paul Robeson Cultural Center has partnered with Enrollment Management and the Rutgers African American Alumni Alliance on yield events for Black identifying students who have been accepted to Rutgers to help them show how they can be supported on campus. SJE facilitates a program called Community, which began in 2013. It's an extended orientation and leadership development program that takes place for incoming first-year students and who identify as part of the LGBTQIA community as well as allies. And so they get to spend an overnight to get connected on campus with each other, to learn more about resources that exist, and to build some community and feel more comfortable coming to campus. The cultural centers have also been working with the Student Transitions and Orientation Program to provide specific resources for those students to experience in the onboarding process. And so I'm proud that they are able to provide these opportunities for support in the decision-making process and onboarding experience for our students. once they arrive, we've got to engage them. And so we do that through a number of different ways. But as we talk about the action step of utilizing best practices, one of the things that I wanted to focus on was the living learning communities. In partnership with Residence Life within Student Affairs, our cultural centers work to provide this well-rounded opportunity where students can engage not just in for-credit opportunities, but also co-curricular programming as a way to explore identities and build community. And so there are currently communities focused on Asian American identities and images, the Paul Robeson LLC, and Latin Images. And to take a deeper look on the Latin Images LLC, it involves a seminar course in both the fall and spring semesters that go towards the Certificate in Multicultural Competence. And students can experience cultural dinners, guest speakers, field trips, community service opportunities, and more. And the thing that I really appreciate about these LLCs is that it doesn't just encourage students to participate in programming specific to their identity or their cultural center, but across the cultural centers. And so really trying to facilitate that intercultural development and awareness. One student who is part of this community shared that I have learned the importance of community and comfortability of having the same culture around, but furthermore, the importance of being surrounded by people with different identities has expanded my knowledge of self-identity. And so our students are really living, they're learning, and they're experiencing a number of different things with their peers. And though not an LLC, I wanted to point out the Rainbow Perspectives Housing program, which is run through SJE and Residence Life that provides gender-affirming housing community and peer mentorship opportunities. And so the third action and the final action step that I'll focus on is the development. So they help bring our students here, they help engage them in programming, and then continue that development through education, both for students and for staff. And so from the student lens, we've got the Diversity Peer Educator Program that Darnell helps to run, and they can offer this peer-led workshop opportunity around a number of different topics. And so we know the power of peer education and peer leadership, and so for these students to get the training through the center and then be able to deliver those things to different student organizations is invaluable. Additionally, the internship program that is run out of the Asian American Cultural Center is a two-year, potentially two-year program. And so our junior interns engage in a one-credit course as well as different cultural programming where they can explore their own identities and they can figure out what their lived experience is and how does that connect with what they're learning in the course. And they can also advance into a senior intern program where they then get to do some programming for the larger student community. So it's that two-phased approach where the students can really develop. And if you've never been to the art display program that the junior interns do in April at the AACC, I strongly encourage it. These powerful stories of their experiences and how those things play out are really incredible. Additionally, the opportunities for professional staff. So if you love Darnell as a panel moderator, you'll really love him as a facilitator, and I encourage you to take place or to participate if you haven't already in the Safer Space training program and learn the foundation and knowledge to be an effective ally to LGBTQIA+ students here on campus. And this group, what I really appreciate about this group is that while they are experts in their work and in their fields, they also understand that the work is ongoing, as was talked about in the panel this morning, where you never finish this work, and so it's ongoing work, and so there are still opportunities to do so. Last week, as part of Black History Month, SJE and the PRCC had a program that was part of the Are You Black Pride experience that engaged faculty and staff in ways to show up and support queer Black students, and so this is a constant effort and constant work. Next week at the PRCC, I think the date is up there, February 27th at 5 p.m., Drs. Jennifer Joan Damas, affectionately known as Dr. J, and Kelly Moore will be doing a book discussion on key aspects of racial trauma and its impact on Black students, and so how we can learn to support those students. And so it's ongoing work, and I admire and appreciate the work that these cultural centers do. So again, all of this, we could go on and on. There's a million things that they do for our students, for our staff, And especially in this time, I want to appreciate, I wish I could bring all 17, 18 folks up on the stage so that they could be acknowledged, especially, in this past week, but to know that their work is valued and appreciated. It does so much for our students. If you know students who are connected, you will know that they find those spaces as a place of home and support and celebration, and we're very fortunate to have them. I still call myself fairly new here at Rutgers, New Brunswick, but we're very fortunate to have these spaces for our students, and so appreciate all that work and the opportunity to highlight them.
No? Oh, yeah, it did. Okay. We have time maybe for one question from folks in the room before we break for lunch. Yeah. If there's anybody in the room or online? No? Okay. All right. I'm still giving the 7 seconds of awkward silence before we break for lunch. Okay. So let's give one more round of applause to Chris, but also to all of our presenters for the spotlight. So, as we have been together for the last few hours, we've had breakfast together, we learned a little bit more about the work being unfinished and ongoing, and then we've had an opportunity to look at data from a series of cohorts, both in undergraduate and graduate students, and then we've seen some really spectacular work happening throughout the campus related to progress. Right now, I think we've earned ourselves a much needed break to be human, to be able to connect with one another, to be able to break bread with one another. So I invite you to head outside those back doors for those who are in the room and grab some lunch. Across the way in the gathering lounge is where lunch will be located with all sorts of options. If there are things that you need, if you have questions, please feel free to reach out to a DICE staff person. And then we'll be back here at 1 p.m. For the folks who are online, thank you so much for being with us. I don't know what you're going to have for lunch, but I assume it'll be fabulous. And we'll see you back here at 1. Thank you so much. All right, so I'm back, and I'm hopeful that our folks on the live stream have come back from whatever beautiful meal that they've just had as well. I hope that you enjoyed the lunch that you had here and had a chance to connect with some folks around the room. We'll continue on with our day, talking through another Progress in Action Spotlight. And so this session will speak to partnering in and with community. And so we're going to start with the Zimmerly Art Museum. So I'd ask that you give a round of applause to Mara Riley coming through as the director for the Zimmerly Art Museum to share a little bit more about Spark Nights and some updates that are happening there. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, everybody's sleepy. Good afternoon. So thank you so much, Tiffany, for inviting me. It's just really an honor to be here today to talk about what's happening at the Zimmerleys. So, you know, we view ourselves obviously as part of the beloved community that is Rutgers, and we're fully committed to diversity, equity, access, and inclusion as our guiding principles for everything we do, our exhibitions, our public programs, our museum operations, our staffing, everything. And it's really, really critical to who we are. And what I like to say is that DEAI is baked into the museum's DNA, everything we do. Thank you. And just to talk about that for a minute, so, you know, systemic racism, ableism, sexism, homo, lesbo, transphobia, and other structural identities and inequities, are integral to the history of art. And so when you're a director of an art museum, what do you do with that, right? It's a huge conundrum. And so basically DEAI has shaped, again, everything that we try to do at the museum. And so to address these inequities, I'll just give you some examples of what we're trying to do, is when I first arrived and looked around, when you walk into what are called the permanent exhibition galleries, so it's not the rotating special exhibition, but the permanent ones that are on view, I was really struck by the lack of women and the lack of artists of color. So my first mandate to the curatorial team was to completely reinstall the permanent collection so that they more adequately represented Rutgers student body, faculty, staff. So now when you walk into the galleries, you'll see 40% women and close to 39, 49% BIPOC artists. So we've completely transformed the way that we look and feel so that when folks walk in, they can see themselves represented and not feel excluded from the conversation. Our exhibitions also embody DEAI principles. If you didn't go last fall, we had an extraordinary exhibition called Smoke and Mirrors that was 14 artists with disabilities, and it's the largest museum show in the United States to date dedicated to artists with disabilities. So we're really, really proud of that. Currently, we have an exhibition called Indigenous Identities, and that's 97 artists from Native American artists from across the country, from 70 recognized tribes. So it's truly a kind of national, wonderful selection and survey of work by Native American folks, artists. Really, really exciting. Also next year, we have a big show dedicated to Alan Crite. He's an African-American artist who came to prominence in the 1930s, an incredible painter, so I hope you'll come and enjoy that. And the other thing we're doing, which is very community-based, just wanted to throw this out there since we were talking about community and coalition building earlier today, is we're doing a show called Our City, and it's crowdsourced. So basically everybody in New Brunswick at large will submit photographs of our city, New Brunswick, and then the crowd itself, the community, will actually decide on the best works, curate the exhibition, and then we just put it on the wall. So it's fully community driven, you know, and an exciting opportunity for us to work with our constituents and our audiences in new and kind of different ways. So we're really psyched about that. And I know that Brian, that would be right up your alley, right? The community engagement. And so just a little bit also about our public programming. So I mentioned our permanent exhibitions.
installation, our exhibitions, what are rotating exhibitions, but also we do a tremendous amount of public programming. We do around 300 events a year, so we're really, really busy. I have the most extraordinary education team, and a shout out to Brandon Truitt and Barbara Sapita and Claire D'Amato, who help make all of this happen. But the thing I guess that we're most maybe proud of, but probably most well known for as far as our public programming is our Spark Night. So our Spark Night happens the first Thursday of every month, and it's an after-hours art party. And so you go and you get free wine and some food, but also, music, performances, art-making workshops, lectures, pop-up tours. And so it's a really, really fun kind of rockin' monthly party, and I encourage you to come if you haven't been. We get between 150 and 500 people at these, particularly Black History Month brings in the biggest crowd. As you can imagine, it's an amazing, amazing night, just full of just a buzz around the museum. But the crowds are really, really strong, and they're getting bigger and bigger, as I'll talk about in a second, which makes us very happy. But each of the Spark Nights takes, oh wait, let me just move forward. Here we go. Shouldn't be looking at me. Each of the Spark Nights takes history, like a history month as its thesis. So November obviously is Native American Heritage Month. And so we'll be celebrating this Indigenous Identities Native American art show for that. But February, Black History Month, as I said, our largest audience annually. Women's History Month is obviously coming up. We'll do some really wonderful programming around the women artists who are Native American in the show. April, of course, is Gapril. And that's another really, really fun-filled evening with, I think I mentioned earlier, with some drag shows and tours of the queer artists in the museum. And so it's a really, really fun night as well. But one of the examples that I wanted to talk about was, I'll just put up Spark Night there, as an example of progress is our Spark Night dedicated to Disability Awareness Month, which is October. And so we launched that in 2022 when I arrived. Disability awareness is very important to me personally, and I felt strongly that we needed to, do something, a specific event dedicated to our audiences with disabilities. And so we launched that in 2022, and it was a really wonderful, event. We had lots of speakers and tours of artists with disabilities in the museum and other fun activities, and we had about 60 people for that first one. But then we launched in 2023, we launched the new minor in disability studies at the museum for our Spark Night. And it was amazing. We had 125 people, so we kind of doubled in a year. So there just were growing tremendous interest in disability and disability awareness. And so we had senior leadership speak that night. We had Professor Javier Robles, who I think many of you probably know, who's the chair of the Disability Studies minor, and just a wonderful, wonderful group of people. So that was a great event. And this year, even more exciting, we more than doubled the attendance. We had 250 people come to the Spark Night dedicated to disability awareness, featuring again just the artistic talent of those with disabilities, but it was also coinciding with the exhibition called Smoke and Mirrors that was about artists with disabilities. So huge, huge crowd for that, which is truly exciting. And next year, obviously, we'll do another one, which we hope will double attendance again. So as you notice, I'm mentioning attendance a lot because as a museum director, that's what's paramount in many ways. In addition to the work that I do dedicated to EAI, I have to prove to my board and to Rutgers at large and those who pay for us as a cost pool that there's some return on investment. And so we get larger audiences, right? It's just affirming that we're making the right decisions and reaching out to the right audiences to get folks to come in and that they're excited about what we do. So as we increase numbers, I'm happy, and it keeps others happy who give us funding. But it's truly, truly thrilling to see the audiences building. But wanted to say that we don't do this alone. So I have, as I mentioned, my extraordinary education team, but we partner with a lot of student organizations, local arts communities, campus community partnerships. And so Spark Nights, we've been working primarily with the Rutgers Cultural Center Collaborative. So you can see who that's comprised of. I'm sure many of you know people from each of these centers, but I think primarily Paul Robeson Cultural Center is a really, really close partner of ours, but as are the others. And we work in collaboration with all the student groups. So the student groups actually co-create the programming with us, so we want it almost to be crowdsourced again, where the students get to tell us what they want, right? So we can make sure that the programming that we're offering is enticing and exciting for them, because that's obviously what's most important, are the students. Now, another thing that we just started up, which is really exciting, is in addition to Spark Night, we started something called Ultima Domingo, which means last Sunday of the month. And we started that a year ago, so we're celebrating our 1-year anniversary. And again, it's a monthly program like Spark Night, but it's meant specifically to celebrate Latinx culture. And it invites bilingual communities into the museum to come together, around like an ever-evolving series of performances and music and activities. So very similar to Spark Night, but dedicated really to our community who are English, Spanish speakers. And fortunately, we were able to get some funding for my bilingual museum initiative, and we are able now to change all the signs. So now we have English-Spanish signs in the museum. We're working on getting them throughout the museum. It's a slow process working with Rutgers IPO. Shout out to them, but it's taken a while. It's been a year, just saying. And so we're working on all of that. You'll notice too when you come to the museum, most museums, including famous museums like MoMA or the Met or the Whitney, when you walk in and you read that label to the side of an artwork, it's always in English there. At the Zimmerli, it's in English and Spanish. So we really, really are working hard to ensure that our Spanish-speaking friends and neighbors and community are feeling welcome into our space. And those events are getting huge numbers too. So we started out with 150 at the first one, and the last one was 400. So this Sunday is our Ultima Domingo, and we are celebrating Carnival, so that's going to be really huge and fun. We do a Day of the Dead one as well, which brings in like 600 people. So they're really, really fun, so please come to those as well, or if you know folks that speak Spanish, please let them know that they're welcome. And if you haven't come to Spark Night, please do. I'm always there, and come over and say hi, please. But in conclusion, just as a director, as a museum director, what's most important to me is that everyone that walks in the door feels welcome, and that they see the museum not as an elitist institution, but as a safe space, and one where they will feel sort of, warmly received, and that their voices will be heard, they'll be listened to, that they'll see themselves represented on the wall, and that will give them a really, really wonderful, warm embrace, as it were, as they wander through the museum. So thanks so much, and I hope to see you at the museum. Thanks.
So again, thank you, Mara, for sharing with us a little bit about Spark Nights. For those who are interested in being able to follow up with Mara later, there is the Progress Gallery exists right across the hallway. And at 3 o'clock when we dismiss, you'll have an opportunity to go out there, and also you'll be able to chat. So please feel free to continue to input questions into the Padlet, but also to follow up later with Mara if you want more information. So next we'll hear from Brian Kariski, our Executive Director for the Collaborative Center for Community Engagement, about building reciprocal relationships related to our community, but also in relationship to partner breakfast. So if you can give me a round of applause for Brian.
Okay, let me take this off since I'm up here by myself. Okay, so in terms of community engagement, it is the only place where there's crossover between the academic master plan and the diversity strategic plan. It's the only place. And so, but we as the Collaborative focus on co-curricular engagement overall, though what I'm talking about today crosses the line because it also involves our academic colleagues. We have around 157 community partners. Last year, we engaged over 9,150 individuals, and we oversee the Bonner Leaders Program, which has about 50 federal work study students who do their work site study hours at partner sites. In the fall of this year, our Bonner leaders did a combined total of 3,357 hours in the community and were placed at 14 sites. So that's a huge impact that we are working in the community. Our Advancing Community Development Program, or ACD, it has 16 students who are working on health research in the New Brunswick community, funded by a gift from Johnson & Johnson. In the fall, they did research with presentations at Healthy Middlesex, RWJ Community Health, and then this semester, they're working with Unity Square, the New Jersey Courts Expungement Program, and Crossroads Theater. Finally, the Community Center, or the Collaborative Center, also hosts community tours. They're an informative way to familiarize yourself with the community that surrounds us. The tours focus on the history of immigration, the core of New Brunswick, so art and architecture, and the last one examines the Second Ward of New Brunswick. Tours are open to all. Talk to Claudio wherever he is around here, because he's the one that runs that for us. In terms of our community partner breakfast, I touched on it earlier, and this was developed from a seen need by the Collaborative to connect community partners and to provide a way for both on and off-campus groups to fully engage and talk. There was no way for them to do that before, and as I keep mentioning earlier, our nonprofits in the area are a lot of mom and pops, so very small, 1 or 2 people running it. The first breakfast was in August of 2022. We had 32 people, including, again, the 4 from the Collaborative. We've grown and now have an average of 85. Last year, as part of this, we do some professional development. And last year, our topics for our partners around Design Futures Thinking Workshop, sponsored by IDEA, so Veronica Armour, who's right back there, and Engaging Graduate Students Workshop, and then J&J presented on the New Jersey Grant Initiatives discussion. The workshops are primarily requested from our partners, as the vast majority of our off-campus partners, again, are small, and these are areas they need to grow. In terms of the Community Engagement Best Practices Workshop, it was formerly known as Do No Harm. Didn't like the title, so we changed it up. And the focus is to aid individuals in understanding how to engage properly with the community. The audience focuses on Rutgers community prior to entering the community about what to do in terms of engagement and overall. The workshop has also been done in the community also to help them prepare also in their engagement opportunities. The second part is now our community. Our community came on board. We started in 2022, and we had the official unveiling here at Rutgers, New Brunswick in October of 2024 when we did the Pillar 4 discussion. The link here links to the WordPress site about our community overall, answering FAQs, how to log in, basic information about it. In terms of the overview, it is a platform. It's nationally known as GivePulse. We are the largest user of it, and it is on all 4 campuses. It's being utilized for the R, in terms of application for the Carnegie Community Engagement Designation for the reaffirmation process that's due on April the 1st. And it allows for communication between the engagement locations and the Rutgers community. So our partner sites can go in, put out stuff for volunteers, and get people to sign up. It allows for the tracking of engagement to be done. So as an example, if you were to go in there and be able to see this, you would see that Rutgers University overall has done over 82,180 hours of engagement, which translates into 21,476 engagement impacts, as when someone goes into the community and volunteers, to a value of volunteer time of $2,921,584. For Rutgers, New Brunswick, again, launched in October of 2024, we currently have 10,016 verified impacts in there, with 33,462 engagement hours for a value of volunteer time of $1,187,888. And the value of volunteer time is a metric established by independent sector, so each year they look at this to determine the hourly rate of volunteering for each state nationally. and nationally, I should say. And what's nice about this platform is departments, the universities, the foundation can track volunteer time. I also want to point out, and Troy's the only one here now, but SEBS has really gone deep into this, and they are utilizing this for their 4-H programs, for their cooperative extensions. They have really done a lot of these hours in here are through SEBS. Impacts. These are the engagement opportunities. They use different terminology in this. Prior to our community coming on board, there was no unified way for our off-campus partners to communicate to an entire body. They would have to go through the schools and then go through student affairs and then go through DICE. There was no way to do it in one perfect way. This has simplified it. When I was asked to review platforms, I went through and asked about the campus. I found over 9 different tracking systems here on the New Brunswick campus. And so we had to sort through them all. This one allows for both on and off campus partners to manage their events, recruit volunteers, assign shifts, promote opportunities to a larger audience. Our partners can also solicit feedback. They can do questions. So when someone gets done volunteering, they can actually get some assessment data from them. And they can use those in advertising. If they have grant reports, they can add them as quotes. But they can also use it to make their program stronger, something they didn't have before, with now easy access to our students, our faculty, our staff. To access it, it's not that hard. It's actually kind of easy. You scan the QR code or just go to Rutgers.guidepost.com. You click on the down arrow in the upper right-hand corner, the oval, select Login. And you can go in, you'll land on the landing page, which is Rutgers University. You can join it, or look, and you can also look for your different departments, schools, whatever. So again, you can also visit our website. It's right there. Scan the QR code, and you can find more about Bonner Leaders, ACD, our tours, our community. Unfortunately, all of our breakfasts are done for the semester, for the year. We will start back up in August. If you are interested in coming to one of our breakfasts, reach out to me, please. We'll bring you in and let you come to our partner breakfast, because again, we want to make those connections stronger and easier. Out at registration, we have set up a collaborative table, which has information about how to get into our community, especially for our students. The other part, too, that's coming into play is we are a Presidential Volunteer Service Award designee, which means we give out the Presidential Volunteer Service Award. And our students, for the first 125 students, faculty, staff, they can actually, they register their hours, and it's from July 1st till June 30th, for the first 125, we're going to pay for their certificate. Above that, they would have to pay for their own, but we would verify it. But that is something that we're doing and being utilized for our community. And then there's the link to the Padlet. So I'm going to step down because I also want to make sure we're staying on time.
Yes, we are staying on time. I'll ask in just a second if there's a question from the Padlet. And again, if there are folks in the room who have a question, please feel free to raise your hand. We'll come around. But I had one question. I know you had mentioned in the very beginning about the crossover between the academic master plan and the diversity strategic plan. And so I just wanted you to provide a little bit of clarity around the fact that there is crossover directly around community engagement, but aren't there other places where the academic master plan and diversity strategic plan still find integration?
There are other areas, but the biggest one, because Pillar 4 of the academic master plan is all about community engagement. And it blends both curricular and co-curricular. The diversity strategic plan, it's spaced throughout different sections. I want to say it's in 2 different sections comprising of 7 questions that I can remember off the top of my head. And it focuses more on the co-curricular side with some blending of curricular. But luckily, those are actually really put under academic areas that don't fall under me, so I don't have to answer those questions.
Thank you. Are there any other questions in the room? And then I'll transition to online. No? All right. Well, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, there is one. Oh, there is one. Good. Hold on one second.
Okay. I'm coming back.
Just wait for the mic. Yeah.
I apologize. I was eating. So I was wondering, because you have, I guess, different people who can engage with community organizations. Have there been any attempts for people who are studying, doing studies like on health disparities, to sort of use our community and some of the community organizations to see what are the issues in terms of health access within the New Brunswick area, and maybe use that information for types of grants that could potentially find funding or solutions for these problems?
In terms of that, our community could do that and offer the connections. I am very thankful and very lucky that we have very close connections, especially with the Robert Wood Johnson Health Promotions Office, and they actually help out a lot. We have made connections between different departments and our partners. Again, we don't hide our partners, we put them out there. We want to make those connections to make things stronger. So our community can be used for that. There is a curricular component for our community that allows for us to have, if people want to do community-based research, there's a group just for that. They can spread their ideas and talk. There's also a way for faculty to link their engagement in their coursework through our community, so they don't even have to track it. They just put it in our community. Our community tracks it for the students, and the faculty member just goes in, clicks a button, and sees who has done their engagement across the board, and that includes research across in terms of it. The one part in here regarding, we are part of, it's called the Engagement Scholarship Consortium, the ESC, and it allows for, and it does discussion around community engaged-based research. We are a new member. We just joined technically in December of this past year. And so we're kind of excited by this. And if you want more information about that, please come see me. I'll give you more information. So it's a way for our students, especially our graduate students, to present at a national conference around community and based engaged research across the board.
Any other questions? If not, we'll give Brian a round of applause. So as we continue on, kind of looking at spaces where progress is being made, I'd like to invite Carrie Wilson to the stage, the Director of Off-Campus Living and Community Partnerships, to share a little bit more about the Multi-Faith Council. So let's give her a round of applause.
So hi, everybody. I'm Carrie Wilson. I'm Associate Dean of Students and Director of Off-Campus Living and Community Initiatives. And one of the areas of focus my department has is to work with all of our faith communities. So for many years, we've had what we call the Multi-Faith Council, which is a representative from each of the various chaplaincies or campus ministries that are guests here at the university. So they're not staff of Rutgers, but they are partners with us in helping to support students and help them navigate their own faith journey while they're here in school. So what I wanted to share with you is that the work that we're doing around faith and spirituality has grown quite significantly over the last few years, even since we first started talking about this within our DEI initiatives. So we really have worked towards prioritizing faith and spirituality at Rutgers, New Brunswick. And in the last 4 or 5 years or so, what we've done is an internal review of using the CAS functional standards, looking at, I can't read, maybe if I put my glasses on, I could actually read. Okay. Oh, it's amazing. Okay. Kind of, I thought it was a headband. So anyway, we engaged in an internal review using the CAS functional standards for campus and religious life programs, really taking a deep dive into the work that we were doing at Rutgers. I will start out by saying I've been here for 20 plus years. Prior to coming to Rutgers, I worked at a Catholic college. And so I came here and was surprised when people were afraid to talk about religion on campus. It was, we are a state school, we don't talk about this here. And I was like, oh, all right, okay. I'm learning, first time working at a state school, let me learn a little more. And as sort of we progressed and journeyed through this, it was really interesting to me to see sort of that line and what that meant. And as a student affairs practitioner, we really look at the full holistic development of a student, and that includes their faith and spirituality. Whether they identify as a believer or non-believer, whatever that may be, I believe as student affairs practitioners that we have a role in helping them to develop. We just can't tell folks how to practice their religion. That's not our job. But providing opportunities for students to engage with their own faith community, to learn about other faith communities and do interfaith engagement is, to me, something that I think they should experience while they're on a college campus. So what I've been really lucky to be able to have the opportunities to do is really take this deep dive into the work that we're doing on campus. We have 40 plus student organizations on campus that have some sort of faith or culturally religious meaning in their mission. And so this is important to our students. And even some data that we have from a few years back told us that more than 65% of our incoming first-year students identified their religion as being important to them. So again, providing opportunities for students to broaden their worldview, to learn more about their own faith tradition, but to learn about others as well is imperative, especially in today's climate. So we also benchmarked aspirational interfaith programs and services at other universities across the country. We engaged in an external review. We invited folks from outside of campus to come in and help us dig into the work that we were doing and help us really develop a strategic plan on how we can improve the work that we're doing on our campus around faith and spirituality. We partnered with Interfaith America to create goals and strategies for advancing this work on campus. So through this deep dive, what we learned was that we really needed to work on identity. So we needed to identify mission, vision, and values, and that we needed an office that had structure and staffing. All of the work around faith and spirituality falls still within off-campus living and community initiatives, but we are now under the umbrella of the offices of the Dean of Students. And as I talk further, we'll sort of talk a little bit more about how we're creating some structure, how we've created staffing to be able to really work towards a stronger identity on campus for this work. We need visibility. We want to have, an office or work that is centrally located and known for staff, not just our chaplains. As I mentioned, our chaplains are great partners with us and help us navigate some of the challenges that we've had on campus, but they are not Rutgers staff. And so having staff members who can help us navigate anything from dietary restrictions and making sure that there are, dietary restrictions are being attended to when you're at an event or, in the dining halls and things like that, to navigating class conflicts with holidays. I'm a Christian. We are privileged to live in, privileged not in the best way, to live in a world that is based on a Christian calendar. I don't ever have to worry that I'm going to have to work on Christmas Day. But, our Jewish students, staff, and colleagues have to request, certain accommodations for the high holidays. And, similarly, Ramadan starts next week. Like, how are we supporting our students through these holidays that aren't necessarily as accepted as some of our Christian holidays? Need for integration. Work should have connection to university mission, vision, and values, DEI work and outcomes. Need for accountability, ongoing and strategic assessment, hands-on work with chaplains, creating and or distribution of policies and protocols while working with chaplains, and need for capacity building, which is something that we are partnering with many in this space to help build capacity on campus for really creating a welcoming environment for all. So some of the barriers that we learned, we knew many of these, but sort of were, I guess, re-emphasized through our work, was that students don't understand what interfaith engagement means or looks like. So therefore, it's not necessarily valued. So we're working towards creating a community that really values that. The siloed nature of our university can sometimes hinder interfaith efforts. Interfaith work is not perceived to be valued or addressed in curricular spaces. So again, sometimes this has to do with, we have a religious accommodation policy at the university, and students should be able to go to their faculty member and say, this date is Rosh Hashanah, I can't take my exam on that date. They should not have to come to the offices of the Dean of Students to get a verification from us telling them that, oh yes, this is right, this holiday does fall on this day. But these are some of the challenges that we continually navigate on campus. Development, communication, and application of policies related to faith and interfaith work is lacking, and past controversies, and I added, and current world climate, related to religious diversity are perceived to deter some from engaging in interfaith initiatives. As you can imagine, this has been a challenge for us for years, where there have been some communities that there's some history on our campus that have made communities hesitant to work together. You add on the last year and a half and what is happening in our world, and that has just sort of grown even more. So we are trying to work through that. With our chaplains, we're trying to model working together across difference so that students can learn from how we're navigating these challenges. In fact, there's a program tonight at 7 p.m. in the Graduate Student Lounge. So what we have now is, it's not necessarily an office, but within the offices of the Dean of Students, one of our areas is Faith and Spirituality Initiatives. We have an Assistant Dean for Faith and Spirituality Initiatives, Rev. Katrina Jenkins. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to be here today, but she joined our staff a little over a year and a half ago, and is really working towards, one, learning our campus community, two, working on that identity, mission, as well as making connections with our student groups, with our staff, with our faculty, to be able to really grow this work on our campus. The mission of the Faith and Spirituality Initiatives Office is to enhance and value the spiritual life of students, faculty, and staff at Rutgers across a wide spectrum of faiths, spiritual traditions, and expressions. Our purpose is to foster an open and inclusive climate, educating all while supporting faith and spiritual journeys. This is just a sample of some programming that we've done on campus. Rev. Katrina is a labyrinth facilitator. So if y'all aren't familiar with what labyrinths are, I'm going to call it a spiritual maze. I don't know what else to call it. It sounds right. But it's sort of an opportunity to have a contemplative, sort of very focused, meditative walk through a space. And so she has done several labyrinth workshops on campus, some in partnership with some academic departments, and is also training others to be able to be facilitators as well. We are hoping that in the next year or so we'll actually have a canvas labyrinth, but we're hoping to have an actual physical outdoor labyrinth on our campus next year sometime. Additionally, she's doing some programming around having conversations across difference. So this is Breaking Bread, a program to celebrate and learn about others. So that was in November. Tonight's program is on sacred storytelling, and it is an interfaith event with our Muslim chaplain, our Jewish chaplain, Catholic and Episcopal chaplains and students, and they're coming together. And so the way we used to call it a trialogue. It used to be Christians, Jewish, and Muslim. Well, I guess it still is. I'm not sure if the Hindu community will be there. Might be a quadrilogue, but they're coming together. And typically, what we'll do is have somebody model sort of storytelling, like, what is sacred to you? And we've done these programs for the last few years. Sometimes it's been friendship across faith. Other times it's been rituals and talking about like different rituals in faith. And I'll share this story. Like, I remember I was sitting with Rabbi Reed, who's from Hillel, and I was watching our Muslim chaplain, and he was talking about the motions that are done when our Muslim community prepares to pray. And the way I took it, what he was saying is it's a centering thing, like sort of pushing out, everything else that's around you so you could center and pray. And I turned to Rabbi Reed and I was like, oh, we don't have anything like this. And she goes, don't you do like this? And I was like, oh yeah, I forgot. So, it was a nice reminder that we're all cousins, right? Like we all sort of have some overlap in terms of what brings us to, our sacred place. So if you care to join tonight, there will be pizza, halal and kosher pizza served, and it is at the Graduate Student Lounge on College Ave. Happy to take any questions. Oh. There we go.
So for the folks in the room, again, if there are questions, let's first give a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that to us. I have one question maybe to get us started. Can you talk a little bit about the perhaps the coalition building in the interfaith space? Because I think being able to bring together even though we're cousins, for four groups of folks together to be able to have conversations and to discuss sacred things, it's there's got to be a process. What did that look like for you?
Yeah, so I will say there is a group, it's called the Interfaith Alliance, and my multi-faith council is a big group with a small name, and that encompasses all of our chaplains on campus. And to be a chaplain, typically there's either volunteer or paid staff by the sponsoring organization who provide opportunities for students on campus. So those opportunities can be anything from Chinese Christian Church in Somerset hosts a Bible study on campus. Their staff member is recognized as a chaplain. And then, you look at something like the Center for Islamic Life at Rutgers, which has, a physical space on our campus, has a chaplain full-time chaplain who's dedicated specifically to working with our Muslim community. So that multi-faith council kind of runs the gamut of part-time and full-time staff. Our Interfaith Alliance is a smaller group that come together, and they're more of your like mainline type religious communities versus like what we call parachurches or spiritual organizations. So our Interfaith Alliance is our Muslim chaplain, Hindu chaplain, Episcopal Catholic, Protestant, and our Jewish chaplains from Hillel. And that group has worked together for many, many years, even predates me, with different representatives from these groups. And they came together organically before we really had any structure at Rutgers. And so a few years back, I had the opportunity to invite myself to be part of that group. And now actually Rev Katrina heads that group and chairs it for them. And we have forged a deeper relationship with these folks to the point where if there's something happens on campus and we need support, they're like de facto student affairs staff in some regard, which is great. But as you can imagine, in the last year and a half, we've had challenges because of our world climate. And our chaplains have always been very good about talking it through. They're not necessarily agreeing. They are challenged by what's happening all around us and how to support students, but they're working through it. And like that, I don't know if that totally answers the question, but like they're committed to Rutgers University as a whole, but they're also committed to advocating for their student communities. So it's like they're towing the line as best as they can to sort of work across that difference. And some days we do it really, really well, and some days we don't. And then we come back to it to figure out how we can do it better.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, let's give her a round of applause. So as we round out the day, I feel like in terms of population groups that gets a lot of airtime, graduate students aren't necessarily that population, but I wanted to make sure that today that they were spoken about not only as we think about data equity, but as we think about outcomes, and also about creating spaces on campus to where grad students can find their place in the same way that undergraduates can. And so I'd like to call Gada Endick to come up as our Assistant Dean for Graduate Life, and I know that she will also call Zoe Eddy to come up as Affinity Group's intern for Graduate Student Life. So if you could give a round of applause as Gada comes.
Wonderful. Hello, good afternoon. So I'm Gada Endick, and I'm the Assistant Dean for Graduate Student Life. Zoe is my partner in graduate student affinity groups. She's my intern. She is a fourth-year psychology student, and she is here in spirit. She is at a conference today presenting. Okay, I'm going to just real quickly just kind of give, in the interest of time, just a quick overview for the Office of Graduate Student Life. The main mission of the office is to really enhance the educational experience and the quality of life of all of our graduate students on the New Brunswick campus. So we have 8 graduate schools. We have about 10,000 students across those 8 graduate schools, and that does not include our medical schools or any of the students that are associated in our health professions, such as nursing, public health, and if you include those, that's actually almost 15,000 students. But that's kind of the greater context in terms of just grad students. And really, the office is here to help students connect to each other, help them navigate resources, create a sense of belonging, that they are part of this greater university, and they know everything that it has to offer. So this is one of our initiatives that we launched in last year with an IDEA Innovation Grant. So thank you, that was wonderful. The graduate student affinity groups ran for 2 academic semesters, last spring and last fall. And really the core of these groups is to really help graduate students build community. I started in this role about 2 years ago when I did an initial needs assessment. One of the top themes that really came up from graduate students across all the disciplines is they're feeling isolated. They need to connect with students outside of their disciplines and just make connections. So that is really at the heart of these affinity groups, and also gathering around shared experiences, shared identities, and also giving students an opportunity to share space with other students, communicate their challenges, and be able to kind of problem solve together. This really emerged from the School of Graduate Studies has a DEI Graduate Student Advisory Committee, and this was really the advocacy and the voices of the students on that committee. The School of Graduate Studies is our largest grad school on the New Brunswick campus. It has 5,000 of our 10,000 students, so it's quite large. Again, supported by an IDEA Innovation Grant. This was really done in partnership with the School of Graduate Studies. As we moved through past the first academic semester in the spring, went into summer and then the fall, with some personnel changes, but also really thinking about sustainability and how do we ensure long-term that these communities continue. Graduate student affinity groups are now solely housed in graduate student life in the Division of Student Affairs. So that's all the administration and support of the program, and Zoe and I do that together, so in conjunction. These students were provided an orientation, various training at the very start as peer facilitators, and then throughout whatever they needed, we provided them support. The structure is, at the heart of the graduate student affinity group is the peer facilitator. These are peer-designed, peer-led groups, and they are really at the heart of this initiative. We had peer mentors in the first academic semester, but after some assessment with the peer mentors, we decided to sunset that. There are advisors that serve and are there as needed. They are staff from the cultural centers, staff from Global, and also CAPS. And then program coordinators would be myself and Zoe. So you'll see there are 6 affinity groups. When we started, there were 7 affinity groups. On the initial slide, there was one Eastern European. Unfortunately, there was not interest in that group, so it did not, it was not able to be run. This is just a snapshot of the students who express interest in the affinity groups. So you'll see all 3 semesters, and we just finished the big push for spring 2025. And I will say these groups are still open. We do not close. If a student is interested and you find a student that could really benefit, all you have to do is kind of share the information with them from our website, and they can join at any time. But really the big push and promotion was done at the start of the year. So you'll see, in terms of looking at some of these totals, individual students who express interest, that was 258 students, which is really just an amazing number in terms of, to really, I think, demonstrate the need. And then if you were to take into account the students who checked more than 1 box, and there were many who checked 1 to 2 boxes or even 3, that would take that number up to 420. Who are these students? Actually, they're quite represented across all the 8 graduate schools, plus more. So it did even come into play in terms of our students in our BHS. Pharmacy, we even had a student from Camden and Newark express interest. Okay, so successes, challenges, and lesson learned. Our successes was really allowing for student facilitators to shape these groups. This is very student-centered groups. There are no faculty or staff in these spaces. They are purely peer-led, so really allowing the student facilitators and the community members to come to an agreement as to what the group is about. Is this solely social? Is it a combination of social and where they spend time talking about challenges? So we really let the facilitators guide that process. They allowed for really sub-umbrella identities to be uplifted and empowered. And if you saw on the previous slide, for example, we have a huge international students group, and we have a sub of the Chinese student group was also. So it really allowed for some of those sub-umbrella identities to focus and create space for them. The participants' feedback was overwhelmingly, they joined these communities for community and connections. That was the greatest theme across all the students who signed up. And again, student-centered gatherings and meetings, no staff or faculty are in these spaces. There's actually no communication to the students from even myself besides the initial interaction with them over email, letting them know about the affinity group. And then lastly, the skill development of the facilitators. And this really was a wide spectrum in terms of development, because some of the facilitators actually came in to this process having a lot of experience and some had none. So we saw a lot of growth in the facilitators, the skill development and personal and professional development. Some of the challenges, this will not be a shocker to anyone in this room, is the #1 challenge was finding a common meeting day and time. So the unicorn time that every student is going to make it was extremely, extremely challenging, which of course then would lead to lower attendance in meetings. And even if the students said that they were coming, sometimes they did not show up, which we all know and feel that. So that made it a little challenging for our facilitators, because it did feel a little deflating, because they put a lot of time and effort into what was that meeting going to be about. The feedback of the students who did not or were not able to participate, they had expressed interest in some form of virtual engagement. So even though they can't make any of the meetings or gatherings, what are some ways that they could still be engaged? And part of that is making sure that the facilitators use some other communication platform, and whatever that may be, WhatsApp, WeChat, GroupMe, that was really an important piece. So many students were not able to participate, but really want to, so trying to figure that out. The support needed for administrative aspects. At the start of this, we did not have kind of like a process and a structure and timelines. We're all good now. We have that down pat, but it did cause for some issues early on in terms of booking space, ordering food, all of that. These are not graduate student organizations. There is no built-in leadership structure, so that is something we're looking at for future, for sustainability, and then lastly, assessing and collecting the student experiences. Lesson learned, and some of them were already mentioned, the facilitators really need flexibility and autonomy to lead these groups. And if there was a time where we were stepping and overstepping, they made that known to us, that these are student-centered and exclusive spaces for students, and to maintain the integrity of that. Making sure to set up early on, letting folks know in terms of what the role of the advisor is. So these are advisors that are there as needed. They're not a traditional advisor in terms of where they're meeting regularly with these individuals. So that was an important piece that we recognize we need to continue to communicate. The need, again, to build structure and expectations. Don't email me 2 days before and ask me for, catering from Effie's or pizza. It's really just, it's a challenge. So, but we have that down pat now. We've let the facilitators know how much time we need, but also where to order from, right? Because we all know the challenge is a marketplace. You want to make sure you can pay the vendor. Reducing required team meetings. Our facilitators were very clear about this. Too many meetings, and it was only once a month, group meetings. So now we've moved into a model of more one-on-one meetings and as needed. So some facilitators we meet with pretty regularly, and some we don't. And one of the key things that we really noticed about these affinity groups, the groups that did some sort of welcome, meet and greet, kickoff, however you want to name it, in the first 2.5 weeks, had a very, very strong response at those events, and then that continued throughout the subsequent meetings. So this is a pretty important piece for future engagement. And then lastly, all the facilitators have some sort of platform that they're connecting outside. And then this is really just where we are now. We're running 5 groups, and this is our African student group, and we're currently working with the student facilitators to identify new leads. So they're looking within their groups to identify a student who could be in training to encourage and to make sure these 5 groups continue. And we are still in the process of recruiting for new graduate affinity group facilitators. And we've also kind of broadened kind of the scope of the affinity group. It actually could be a group of students coming together to solve a problem. It could be a working group, tackle an issue, so something to keep in mind. So if you know of any students, please encourage them to apply before Friday. And then lastly, really conversations with our peer institutions who've been at this a lot longer in terms of what are the best practices for sustainability for peer-led affinity groups. And that's it.
Thank you.
So I think if there, I think as we're seeing if there are questions in the chat and also in the room to give you your 7 awkward seconds to think. I think for me, the question I'm having, because graduate students may be coming at different times in their life to be able to pursue graduate school, how do you manage the kind of, could be intergenerational or just the different needs for folks at different stages of life within the affinity space?
I think for the students, looking at some of these groups, they really, and again, I don't know every student who's participating in every group, but they're very welcoming spaces. So I have seen a student participate in one of these groups who's a grad student parent, for example, but it does have to click for them. So in terms of them signing up, the community, the vibe that they feel within that community, it does have to connect. So, and if it doesn't, that's why there's, for my office, a lot of the focus has been on creating other opportunities for students, knowing that our grad students are very diverse. So for example, grad student parents is a whole other group that we are dedicating a lot of time and effort to supporting those students. First-gen students have, when I did an initial program, I didn't even know who the first-gen students were, but when I did an initial program to welcome them into my office, there was an overwhelming number of students who came. So that's something kind of moving forward. So graduate student life, as we look forward, we really are going to need to continue to break down the spaces and the support and initiatives to really look at all the vast different diversity of our grad students. And it is a challenge. for sure. And that's where a lot of partners come in. We do a lot of heavy partnering with folks in this room, but also the graduate schools with some of the we've had conversations with the equity advisors group. So where can we collaborate and do more, knowing that this population is very, very diverse in their experiences, age, whatever it may be.
Thank you. Any other questions in the room or online?
We have a question online.
Online, please.
What is the prevalence of master students in the affinity groups versus the PhD students?
Wait, so that master's?
Yes,
What's the difference?
the prevalence.
Yeah, so
Oh.
between master's and PhD students, is there a big difference?
Overwhelmingly, these students are PhD students because they're all, the majority of them are coming from the School of Graduate Studies, and that's our PhD conferring grad school. So when we have broken down the numbers, and I have that in another space, so if folks want to know more detail about the actual breakdown, how many came from, the Blaustein School, how many came from GSE, and all the, professional schools, but overwhelmingly, it is the School of Graduate Studies. So it is heavy on the PhD side.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause.
Thank you.
So as we transition to kind of the last activity that we'll do today, and spending time with our Diversity Strategic Plan Working Group and just in general thought about where we are right now in the world and what we might need as we walk out of this room to continue on in the work that we're doing or plan to do. My hope was for us to be able to do a hope activity, to think a little bit about who we are in this moment and what grounds us, what keeps us moving forward. And so for the folks on the DICE team that have these supplies, please go ahead and begin to pass those out throughout the room. For those who are online, I'm going to ask everyone in the room and for the folks who are online to think about what are the things that keep you moving forward in this particular moment? What are the things that keep you moving forward in this particular moment? And as you think about those things, can you pull from that particular thought process one word, maybe two words, or a phrase that sums it up, that allows you to capture and calibrate in a moment of uncertainty, in a moment where you may not know what the next step forward might look like, and think about that and hold on to that as I give you more instruction. I ask you to do this because I know in a time of my life where I was struggling, holding on to things that provide calibration and hope were really helpful in my process of moving forward. And so I remember back to my own dissertation and feeling completely like, yes, I've done all this work. I've got this 400-page document. I've done all the statistics. I've done the things. But getting up to stand at my dissertation, I just felt completely overwhelmed, anxious, couldn't think about the things that were in front of me, and was really struggling. And my mom gave me a rock. And so my faith identity is important to me on that rock. It was a scripture. And in the moment where I had to walk into that room as Miss Butler, I looked at that rock, and it reminded me not only of the scripture that gave me encouragement, but also of the people who gave me that calibration note. And so when I walk into spaces where I feel particularly overwhelmed, or if the fear starts to overtake me, or if the ways in which life might move start to become overwhelming, having those words or that phrase that allows you to recenter yourself, to think about what moving forward or just resting where you are needs to look like, is what I hope to be able to give to you in this moment. So I'm going to give you a few minutes or a minute or two of quiet contemplation to think about what your word or couple of words are. And as you do, you should have a rock at your table if you're in the room and a Sharpie. Go ahead and write those words down. And as we come back together, I'll offer you an opportunity to either be able to share in the room so we can hear, but also for us to be able to come together collectively with an activity to share kind of what our path forward cloud might look like, what hope looks like moving forward. So take these 2 minutes to think. If you feel like you need to externally process with a friend at your table, please feel free. But think about that word or a couple of words and go ahead and write that down. For those who are online and watching, you can use this QR code and enter it into our Menti software. All right, so I see cameras coming up, so it makes me feel like we're getting close. So continue to write on your rock your word or your small group of words. And then once you have that word, go ahead and add it into the word cloud. All right, so I'm going to give about 30 seconds for folks to finish up. And if there are a few folks who want to share their word and why they chose it, we'd love to be able to hear from you. I think as we collectively walk out of this space, I want for us to be able to be having on our minds the progress that we've heard about today, but as we exit out of this space, to be able to think about what our mindset, what's going to calibrate us as we move forward. And so if there are a few folks who want to share, please feel free to raise your hand, and a mic runner will be around to meet you. Oh, I see one back there. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So I wrote on my rock, and I couldn't get it all on the, because it was too many words. But it's, and it's not what I originally was going to write, but I changed it when you told me you had scripture. So, may today there be peace within you, which is the start of a prayer for like Saint Therese, which is something I've carried in my wallet for many, like 20 plus years. And I remember the November 2001 being on a plane flying from upstate New York to JFK, and my plane couldn't land because a plane crashed at JFK, or in Broad Channel, Queens, and it was just after 9/11. And so the woman next to me on the plane was frightened, because we're on JetBlue, and we could see, like on put on headline news, and you could see what was happening and why we couldn't land. And I shared that with her, like just to sort of bring, some peace. But so that's my story. But I also appreciate the rock itself, and I've shared this with a couple of people in the room in the last 2 days. My therapist had given me a crystal to, when I get regulated or like stressed out, to sort of trace my hand with, and it's something connected to your vagus nerve, blah blah blah. Helps to regulate your central nervous system. And yesterday, I had to give a speech, and I was so nervous, and I was sitting there just like tracing my hand to sort of regulate myself, and I don't know, it works for me. So I appreciate the opportunity to put my words on there, and also the symbolism of the rock. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Thanks. Is there another person who'd like to share? Yeah, I see one more.
On my rock, I wrote community, both because my community is my rock, and as a reminder at the times where I'm feeling like really isolated or alone, that there are other people who are in the fight with me and who are doing the good work and share the same values that I share.
Thank you for sharing. Is there one more in the room? Yeah, I have one here. Oh. I think it's...
All right, hi.
Hi.
I put transcestors because I just think about the trans people, non-binary people, intersex people, queer people who have lived through many eras of persecution by our government and others. Everything from the Holocaust to the Lavender Scare to the civil rights movement with police raids, the AIDS epidemic to present day. And if they could survive that and our community could thrive and still be here, then I will be too.
Thank you so much for sharing. For the folks who have shared, thank you for that vulnerability in this space. I know for myself, as I think about the way in which we move forward, being able to ground yourself in community, being able to think back to the things that allow you to be calm in the midst of chaos, thinking about the ancestors that have gone through, have been in the trenches and have still overcome. I think it's an incredibly important thing to be thinking on, thinking about these things that allow us to not only be grounded foundationally with where we are, but also to give us courage and bravery to continue to move forward in the spaces that we need to, in the ways that we need to, around our campuses, but in all of the spheres of influence in which we inhabit. And so I thank you for your vulnerability today. I thank you for coming out and sharing with us today. As we're finishing up, I'm looking at the Menti to see not only transcestors, community, but yeah, can we refresh it? Yeah. I see survive and thrive, faith. Oh, look at us. Empathy. May today there be peace, balance. I am always with you. The notion of not being alone is critically important. Deviate, thinking about the ways in which to resist and persist, but also thinking about that care for community. And so I'd asked for, Ali, if you could transition back to the primary slide deck. I wanted to share with you just a few things as we finish up for today. Progress is a direction. We started out in thinking about that the work is ongoing and unfinished. But it is work worth doing with people worth doing it with. And so as we think through who we've been doing this work with and all of the work that it took to get here. I want to say thank you to all of the folks who contributed to the progress inventory. I want to say thank you to, again, for the folks who contributed to today. So a couple of groups of people, and if you're in the room as I share, or I'll ask you to stand, the DSP, or the Diversity Strategic Plan Working Group, if you are a person who has served on that faithfully at some point, could you please just stand and let us honor you with a round of applause? Thank you. The work that has happened behind the scenes to be able to think about what are the things necessary to not only continue to move forward on in terms of direction, but also how to calibrate with one another, how to be able to center in community, how to be able to think about the path forward, and what would you need on a day like today to think about progress, but also to think about the path forward in the future. Critically important, and I'm so thankful for the work that you do. I'd also like to thank the administrative staff in particular, but DICE as a collective whole, all of the folks here doing all of the things, presenting behind the scenes work of just getting all the things together. So again, if you're a part of DICE, if you could please stand and just, again, let us give you a round of applause. I also want to thank, again, very specifically, I know I just mentioned DICE, but again, the administrative staff. In addition to that administrative staff, we always are working with IT to be able to provide an incredible amount of access beyond who's in this room, but also to those who, I guess, are internet cousins, to be able to connect in with them. And so I say thank you to our ITV team, those who are on the boards, making sure that things are streaming and things are coming together. And again, another special round of applause for the administrative team for DICE, because Edgardo, Ali, Tabitha, I mean, again, Sonia right there, Jasmine, I feel like without you, none of these things come together. You get no beautiful lunches. You get no special table settings and things. And so I appreciate you for all the work that you do. And again, if you could stand and just let us give you a round of applause. So as we transition to the end of our time, again, I want to say thank you for taking this time to spend in community with us, thinking about progress, hearing all the things that are happening on campus, but also being able to, again, be in community in the midst of all the other things that are happening in the spring of 2025. The world is constantly changing, and you decided to give us these few hours to spend together. And so I thank you tremendously. So again, a round of applause for yourselves. So I invite you as you, I would say exit. In my mind, I go back to my teaching days, and I'm like, I would say to my students, even in college, you are dismissed. But as you dismiss from this space, please feel free, if there are extra lunches, you can feel free to grab those. Across the hall is in the gathering lounge. You can see the different posters for the Progress Gallery. And again, feel free to continue to be in community, connect with your colleagues, and continue to share about all the ways in which progress has happened in your space, or if you have questions for the folks who are in the Progress Gallery, please feel free to ask. But again, thank you so much for this time and opportunity to be able to share with you, and I look forward to the next time. But be well and take good care. Thanks.
These are nurse jobs, more than 500,000 of them.
lot can change in 5 years, but the price of your internet plan won't.